Okay, the stream is healthy. Let's not derail it. Oh my god. Am I going to have to reset again? I don't want to jinx it. What the hell is going on, everybody? Bonnie, what's going on? We're here talking about Jack and Lily Sullivan, case day 270 tonight. Oh, we had to ban one person today. Usually you like to do more. The boys must be getting a little sick of buying subs. Starting up new channels. Must be difficult. Somebody asked me in my comment section this morning, the person who got banned. He said, I've known Kent for 40 years. Stop shooting off about him. Or what, is that what he said? I don't know. I don't remember. Something like that. I've known Kent for 40 years. That's what he said. He just said, I've known Kent for 40 years. Very fucking proud of you. Ban. And I already know he's a fucking scumbag. I just talk about him for sport up here at this point in time because he can't fuck off. Can't shut up, and he should. Needs to. He just groomed everybody into thinking that what he was doing is okay in that circumstance. I've been telling you since the get-go. I'm not the only one. You guys all know. Or should all know. Most of you know. Many of you. It's funny because there's almost had to, in this Jack and Lily case, I've had to build a new following of people with interest to this particular case. There's not a lot of crossover. Like, I mean, there's some crossover. Like, there's, hey, Queez. There's Queez, for example, Susan Bezio. When I mean crossover, I mean a lot of people from the US, UK, and Australia that are interested in this case. And it's crazy, but it's just how it goes often, especially when it comes to Canadian situations. Like, Canada's fucking boring, dude. Anyway, it's awesome. I love it. But it has nothing to do with the politics or the rhetoric about it. That's the last thing I like about it. I love the Blue Jays too, by the way, excuse me. But it's not because it's Canadian. It's because it's... Anyway. So, we get to, I hate to even ban anybody. But when it comes to especially crimes in progress, there's a reason why the perpetrators take to social media, and it's to buy themselves time. There's all kinds of side perks around it, but in the moment they use it to reiterate whatever illogical points that they need. And I'm speaking specifically to the parents of missing children. We don't go to them. They come to us. They come to the social media and they bring their fucking friends. In this circumstance, Daniel and Malaya have no friends. Their family won't speak up on their behalf. I was thinking when I was coming home today, how disappointed and pissed off, and I'm going to say it too, I'm pissed off at Cindy. But that's as far as it goes right now. I can get over it. But there's certain parts about this that really piss me off. Because in my mind, the only goal is talking about primarily, but ultimately finding Jack and Lily. Now, the reason we talk about that dick-nosed Kent, that idiot Durwood, is because it's convenient when we're talking about it in line with whatever happened to Jack and Lily. Because there's crimes being committed in this environment as we speak. Oh, it's Trail Hiker. What's going on? It's not so bad. It's actually very, very low. There's hardly any trolling when it comes to Jack and Lily Sullivan. You know where it's coming from. You know where it's coming from. It comes from this Darren Getty's centric little fucking group of stovepipers. And all they do is sit around and try to figure out how intimidating that they can look over the keyboard, over the internet. But there's some individuals, kind of like Michael Jordan, that are just outside their grasp, and of course I'm in that position. You think you little bitches can taint me? You guys need to understand and recognize a true narcissist. Hello. You don't strive for greatness because there's room for two, boy. Just kidding. I just taking it too far. I'm just fucking around, of course. But it... Anyway, I was watching too much. Antonio Brown's online for going to prison. I just watched this little story before I went live. Excuse me. It's rubbing off on me. I'm overacting. Got sidetracked myself. I don't want to be like that. But when it comes to ill will, there's a genuine little group of individuals that love to cause problems, and they stick around channels that don't know any better. They don't stick around my channel. You know, they got then there's channels out there that accommodate that nonsense, because to them it's content, because they can't see past the in the moment thing. And that's all that's really important to a lot of them. And they can always apologize after the fact. I don't hold it against too many people, although I don't partake in certain things because I already know how it looks, how it's going to turn out. It's pointless. We could sit up here 24/7 if I had the energy and enough pizza to talk shit about these assholes nonstop. Is that productive? At this point in time, yeah, it is productive. Unfortunately, it's not always going to be productive. Because eventually we're going to progress to greater things with justice in this case. But in the meantime, I was just looking at something. Check this out. Fucking guys. Pissed me off. This was when I dipped out in the very beginning of this case from a particular channel. It had everything to do with that right there. Right here. The thing I have circled. You've got dead children. You've got a live stream where there's people that are going through a traumatic situation, and you can't wait to get them up live to satisfy an audience like they're a bunch of puppets. And you're selling fucking bracelets under the guise of spreading awareness. That's a good thing in the circumstance. I'm spreading way more fucking awareness right now about things, talking about it in an appropriate, appealing manner than any of this nonsense does. What it is you all know it. You all know this game by now. You need an excuse to be throwing around PayPals and Cash Apps. It's all about the people who are in that live chat and the people who are under an illusion. That is fucking disgusting. And to claim to not know any better, isn't an excuse. That's priorities for you. Whoops. Ooh, I like that beginning. Excuse me. Should use that more often. Wrong one. Excuse me. I got my things all backwards back here. One moment, please. One moment. Excuse me. Oh, but it's doing all of this and all of that. Like, it's it has been way back, especially in Canada. You can go all the way back to the late 70s. And the CBC used to be bad for it, even though they were better back then than they are now. But the way that they present these situations in the public drives home a real storyline. They're in business as well, except the CBC isn't a private business. It's publicly funded, which I wish would stop. But they then in turn, this is my real only qualm with society in that sense. They then turn and try to paint what would otherwise be straight up child red rum in a positive light, which really brings a dark aspect to these things that get us away from what should happen and justice run its course. Everybody knows this saying about the things that come out of the woodwork in when these cases come about from time to time. And you're seeing it, you're experiencing it. Kent and Durwood are those people. Only in this situation, we can almost guarantee that that dumbass has a whole lot more to do with it, like on a felony level, than he's leading on. None of his behavior is appropriate to the situation. But poor Jack and Lily don't have anybody to speak on their behalf except me, as far as I'm concerned. And that's what makes you a good host. People want to hear shit like that. Well, there's Chelsea and Belinda, but they need some help. Very little people. They don't have a large family that are outspoken at this point in time, which brings me back to what I said about Cindy. It's fucking disgusting that you're protecting your daughter in this circumstance, even though it's heartbreaking. And you don't wish anybody would ever be in that situation. And there's probably all kinds of things that I haven't considered because I'm not privy to them. But on its bare bones, Cindy Murray not saying something out here in the public on behalf of Jack and Lily really emphasize how she felt about Jack and Lily, as far as I'm concerned. Did she love them? Then why are you protecting their killer? Straight up. Justice for Malaya is going to have to come at some point in time. And chances are she's going to get off lighter than anybody in the circumstance, but we all recognize that something other than what you guys are leading on happened in that home on May 1st. You could really help out the situation instead of harboring this broad. We don't expect you to talk any sense into her, but you can come out and spill the tea, and you can expose Jack and Lily's killer to great lengths. Cindy, you talk to this woman, Malaya, daily, sometimes multiple times a day, all about the problems that they had. And you can start right back to why it is that you think that she felt it was okay to move Daniel in after 2 weeks. Not as though it's your fault. You can speak at length, and you may as well, because it's out now. And it would be a lot more efficient if you came out and took hold of the situation rather than us. And I don't sound like Janie and Daniel. That's Janie and Daniel wanting to pass the buck off. These fucking assholes are getting multiple life sentences. Holy fuck. None of this has anything to do about judging, but I'll tell you when we start judging, because that's when we talk about their looks, their clothes, their shitty RV. You assholes are giving us all kinds of things to judge you upon. We're talking about Jack and Lily Sullivan and what happened that night, fuckface. Helicopter Grandma. Jack and Lily never had a chance, and here we are today. It's even hard to say that. They had a chance. They had all kinds of chances. They had the opportunity to live a long, healthy, prosperous life. I avoid the cliche. The people that were supposed to be in charge of making those safety decisions for them failed them. They lied. The children don't know any difference because of how they learn and grasp, but even in this circumstance, they were so delayed because of severe neglect happening at home. You can see half the shit Malaya is preoccupied with, and it's representative of it now. And her buddy Haley sees it now. You guys are going out. She's dolling herself up to go around with you guys as a chaperone to help her hang up posters for kids that really nobody needs to be looking for. She knows where they are already. You're helping this fucking facade. Oh, we just need to keep all of this information so private. No, we fucking don't. No, we don't. Not at this point in time. How much worse could it be? We know so much about it now. I would be embarrassed to be quiet. You have to say something in your defense. Anyway, let's get this started. Cindy could come out and she could tell you everything that's important to the situation to bring charges towards the perpetrators in this, meaning Daniel and Janie. But she won't. Why? Because she knows if she does that, then Malaya, is she setting herself up for Malaya? Is she applying the laws of the sea on land here? You're really letting Jack and Lily down. You're prioritizing Malaya's freedom at this point in time and enabling every last bit of it. You could come out and expose the whole fucking situation right now. You do know, Cindy. You have a better idea, and Wade have a better idea than anybody. There's all kinds of ways that you can make public statements. Nobody's asking that you come and join a live stream. In fact, I tell you, I'd recommend you not do that. Don't do that. Nobody's looking to use you. How do we know they haven't, though? How do we know that they haven't told the RCMP all and everything? I trust that Wade has. I feel that Wade has. Maybe I'm being selfish. Maybe I'm being too selfish in all of that and telling her to go public with it. See, if she goes, let's just say Cindy comes out and goes public with all the things that we already suspect, and it's really not new information, but only what it does is make Daniel, the real perpetrator, close up even harder and give him more of a forecast of what's really to come down the line, because he already knows what it is other witnesses are saying against him in the public. That's a conflict of interest when it comes to bringing justice at this point in time where we are in the investigation. Although, let me be clear here. There's nothing that they're going to do or say at this point in time. It's all happened. It's all been said. It's all spilt. There's no Daniel's going to go and learn how to become smart at this point in time and talk his way out of it. Fuck, you have a better chance passing the bar exam before you get out of this one, Danny. This is what happens when you come to the police with a false report. Unfortunately. Don't mistake it for the RCMP not doing their job because they don't have them behind bars yet. That would be you not understanding the law and how police work. Especially in a circumstance like this. They can't come out and tell you exactly what's happening. Why people stick to this is these talking points is a real problem that comes from down from the mainstream, I should say. You murdered red rummed 2 children. You cleaned up. And you fabricated a story to tell police about the kids just voluntarily walking off. Now, it would be fine, and usually, maybe, might even work sometime. But in this circumstance, when we're talking about a 4 and a 6-year-old, there's so many things that just aren't plausible. There's so many things that don't need to be taken into consideration. They spent so much time trying to insist that the kids must have went into the bush. But when they came back with no children, that's when it really came out that they weren't moving, maybe meaning Daniel and Janie, about linguistically committing to any rational or common sense, logical thing that happened to Jack and Lily. And it comes through, and you can go back and see it with some of the comments that were said between each other back to the police at the time during the search. Janie was so suspicious because none of Malaya's side of the family participated in the search. And of course, that's going to make them suspicious in all of this. At that point in time, could you imagine? Put yourself in that situation, getting that call from an individual that you already know is sketchy AF. You already know the drug habits and what goes along with this scum. But yeah, you come over to their house because the kids are missing and there's food there. And, well, where should we start? Well, you don't really know because nobody wants to interact with you. Janie's avoiding. Malaya's just walking around with Meadow. It's a very bizarre situation. But the good thing is that Malaya actually had support there for once. Nobody really spent a whole lot of time searching. Why in the moment was Janie so emphatic on this particular search in the woods in that circumstance? What are they searching for? Listen, first of all, you couldn't find the kids. You don't want to say where you looked. You don't want to say what you were doing up to that point. Somewhere in that statement you gave the RCMP, you were lying to them. And it would come down to when it was that you last interacted with the children. We don't care about hearing. It's easy to make shit like that up. Oh, I heard them. That's distancing language. No, interact. Guys, Belinda joins live. Let's go exploit the fuck out of these people's lives a little bit more. Let's monetize it. Let's brand it. Oh, let's prey on people's false hope and just bring everybody into the fold so that they can have their speak, because I'm just such an unbiased, rational person. Bitch, you've got fucking rocks in your head. This is exploiting children. I gotta get that off my screen before I trip out. It puts me in a bad fucking mood anyway. That's an old one. Yeah, so I don't know what this thing does. You know how I'm sitting here sometimes and I'll go into my folder and I know I have it in my memory. Like, for example, Logan's filter picture. Well, every time I'm streaming it, it disappears. But when I'm offline and in this folder, it's right there in front of me. And they should be the same folders. So you know, like in that little drop-down menu, how it has all files and then PNG and JPG and all of that. And sometimes if you don't put all files, you don't see all of the files. I think that that's what's going on. But I don't know how to change it on this This was a coded. This little thing was a coded, AI coded video folder thing. But anyway, I keep wanting to show you. Logan in this particular photo. It makes me laugh. Do it side by side. Yeah, that's me judging Logan. No, I'm not afraid to say it. Again, not my fucking problem, bitch. What's she such a busybody around there for? Janie's left-hand man? Or left-hand woman? Oh, there's Logan. Go! She don't look like... She's even questionable in that. But at least it's a pleasant scene in that sense, right? Let's go that way. There's something off about her face. Now, everybody, we all have our moments. We all have our moments. Not everybody can be as beautiful as you and I. That's not where we're going with all of this. Where's that other picture of them at the vigil? Danny and Logan side by side. Holy shit. It's almost a crime there. Let's see. Where is that? It's going to take me all day to find it now. You think it would be right around here. There's a blurry one. There's a blurry photo. Look at those two lovebirds. Standing up by the tree. You got your red Nikes on there, bozo. Yeah, that's Logan standing beside him with the little pom-pom in her hair. Fucking hell. It's relevant. It's absolutely relevant because online, for those watching who don't know, in the future or whenever, Logan is one of the individuals that gets behind these sock accounts and goes around and talks all about how ugly Malaya is, how much better looking she is than Malaya. It's not a competition. That might be up to for opinion, but the fact is Logan is so utterly sensitive about her own hideousness in that sense. Girl, take a look at yourself, you nasty. Let's get a good look at you. Let's get a look at you, girl. Where's that goddamn photo? Don't do this to me again. Probably put it in some random place. One moment, please. One moment, please. All of a sudden, after the fact, all of these fucking assholes that are associated with Danny and Durwood, like Kent, want to all of a sudden start raising money and collect money to build signs, to bring some sort of positivity to this situation at this point in time. Guys, that's a huge problem. Like, who the fuck are you, dude? That's imposing on the situation, especially that you're associated with Janie and Danny and not Malaya. Fucking weirdo. You wanna help out Pictou County? Go join the Kiwanis Club. Go join the Optimists, you fucking idiot. Better yet, why don't you go submit your CVV in at the local dump? Why don't you become a garbage man? That might be just up your alley. Esther, don't even be asking AI about that. Don't go on. This is a real problem. I don't even like the conversation. It bores me to no fucking extent. It always happens. People want to parrot how bad AI is because it didn't do what they asked it to do. Listen, you better go and study fucking English again. Understand the meanings behind the words for the commands. It's a process. There's nothing wrong with AI. It's how it's being used and more so how it's being applied. If you're going up there asking AI to do the thinking for you, you're going to have a fucking problem. Be specific, be precise, use it as a tool. When not to figure out what it is that you're trying to figure out, but what is it that you don't know now that you could figure out that would help you figure and get yourself to the next step? It's a perfect I use it for time saving. I can not waste 10 hours of listening to people go on about shit. I can pump their transcript in, get to the core of what it is that they're saying, and take it from there within 30 seconds. But within that process, in the analysis or the breakdown of whatever it is, all of my thoughts and all of my own prep and all of the answers come to me secondarily. Not through what it is that they're saying, because it's like that flame, that spark, that motivation to get you thinking about something that you just is so encompassing, you don't know where to start sometimes. That's really all I use it for, and a little bit more. But you have to explore with it. The more you understand about the things that you can do with it, the better it becomes. But the disconnect comes because people don't know how to use it. And they think that it's tainted. They don't know what they're doing, number one. They know just enough, right? But no, it's not AI's problem. It's the user's problem. And it has to do with people asking AI to do the thinking for them. I mean, you can put it in and see what it says, but how are you using the information that it gives you? And how is it giving you the information? Are you using the free version or the $200 a month commercial version? That's what it comes down to. There's so much more, but the point is you can get by with the free version because the key words, and I'm a sucker for getting lost in my thoughts over description words and focusing on one thing in my mind. It gets me out of that really quick because it overloads me with all kinds of clinical or actual legal terms, which takes me out of that, takes me down a different route. Oh, that gives me an idea. That gives me an idea. That gives me an idea. Not that I'm pulling for any ideas, but it's a help to get yourself in the mindset for going deep on this and creating content. It's crazy. Esther, what's going on, girl? Corey, Shannon, thank you very much, girl. I really appreciate the super chat. It's very generous. You don't want any of working at a local dump, Michelle, so they can learn the dump schedule? It's much too late for any of that now. It's much too late. All the mistakes have been made. What's up, Mama Bear? Just a clapping seal. A tool for brainstorming. Yeah, I guess that's what it turns itself into, right? But there's always, even when you can apply certain protocols or scan certain statements on their own. You can experiment. It's fun to experiment around. Usually it's transcribing, right? So if you ask it to transcribe you the conversation, it's a lot easier to sit there and break down the conversation in your mind when it's on paper in front of you. So taking it from A to B is really useful. It's useful, but when you first start to use it, you'll probably make some mistakes. I encourage you to make those mistakes. Just recognize them as mistakes. That way you can improve. And you don't fall into the same ones again and again, thinking that you're getting all the answers and, you know, and whatever it tells you. Because I found that like it adapts the longer that you stick around any particular session with the AI, no matter what it is. So then it'll start pandering to you often. So if you get to a certain point and then you start getting tired or lazy and you get away from an actual command where you've put some thought into the actual word rather than just good enough for whatever, it can take you down certain paths that aren't as accurate, because it's doing a lot of interpreting of itself to try to understand what it is that you want. So there's a lot that can get lost in translation. It's no different than trying to communicate with people who don't speak the same language sometimes. But it's not like it's I use it nonstop. I use it every day, which is different. But I use it for a time-saving tool. So I can, at the end of the day, either educate or inform myself that I can apply it to whatever the hell it is I'm talking about. So it ramps up the learning curve sometimes in certain things. Or shortens. But who the fuck cares? Who cares about that? Who cares? What's up, Kim Elton? To take a little bit of a look. Let me switch this up. I found an Earl clip. I have to get it down because I haven't seen it in such a while. I haven't seen it in quite a while, excuse me. Let's just see this here. Borrowing from Adventures Underwater UK. Thank you very much. Very forward-thinking, this channel.
Pretty much it. I have to say that he is a decent person. I have a lot of respect for him. And
holy hell. How fast you got this thing going? That's normal. That not sound fast to you?
also can understand that this may cause some disturbance to him or Cindy, but I'm sorry. They're sure going to understand that those kids Jack and Willie are the top priority. To find those kids, we're all going to...
Hey, see, he even said what I was saying. Yeah, too bad. Unfortunately, this is a matter of public safety at this point in time. So it goes far outside, you know, everybody has a right to be concerned about it. Why are you fighting at this point to keep all of your secrets in this circumstance private, Malaya? You don't have any private information at this point in time. What is it you're actually trying to protect? I'm not even throwing suspicion. What I'm saying to you, she's all out here already. There's nothing that you're going to say that's going to make you look any worse in people's eyes. Are you worried about your reputation? Hardly. You worried that you can't find another dude to move into your house in 2 weeks? Who knows why they won't actually say anything in the public eye? Because they're probably more guilty of a lot of... they probably want to avoid the back and forth with Daniel and Janie. And it'll all come crashing down. I don't think it's totally Cindy, even though I started off talking about Cindy. I can get past my anger at her right now, though, but I think she's doing Jack and Lily a great injustice at this point, especially with everything she knows about Daniel. Not just she knowing, but the public knowing about this scumbag bastard. That really gets my goat. Like, I'm about giving people their privacy in this circumstance, but this goes far beyond that. She knows, like, think of all the things that would be useful. Verifying, seeing Jack and Lily on your video call to Malaya on May the 1st. How long did you hear them in the background? Did you see them? What happened? The phone call was at what, 3:37? Cindy coming out and really talking, and I encourage Cindy, if she wants to come out and doesn't know where to go, she can get in contact with me. I'll keep it private. I'll keep it off of the live stream. You can trust me not to exploit things. But that's not happening until you tell the RCMP first. No matter what it is. Something tells me that you haven't told the RCMP everything, because if you have, we'd be looking at a different situation at this point in time. And again, I can't impose onto Cindy what's really Malaya's fault and Malaya's doing in this situation. I'm just upset and all up in my feels about not having the information that's readily available to Cindy. That's what's really pissing me off. And it should upset you guys as well. But not to the point where you need to take it out on Cindy. You can show your outrage in different ways. None of this is anybody else's fault but Daniel, Janie, and Malaya. And even you can make a claim and make a defense and an argument for the ill treatment of Malaya through this entire time. But it's not going to stand up against all of the other things she has working against her at this point. And at some level, she's going to have to be accountable in the law's eyes. If you make the investigators in the Crown do 100% of the legwork only to find out that you've been fucking them over this entire time, like you guys have been, they're going to make it the max. If you've got to put the law, that goes for anybody with any crime. If you make them do it the hard way, you're going to be facing the max with probably no chance of any sort of deal to be made, no claim. You come in and you come forward with what happened and what it is that you know, and talk in great detail about what it is you suspect at this point in time to the RCMP. That's going to be Malaya's saving grace if that does happen. That's just how it works. It looks like they're making him do it the hard way. Like, good God, you can't, for Daniel and Janie couldn't look any more guilty of bringing harm to these children in this circumstance. And I made a firm standing on something recently, which is the substances. I keep seeing this pop up. And the people that want to cop out in their mind and think that, oh, Jack and Lily just got themselves into all of these illicit substances and passed away, and then they just went and hid the bodies. You need your head examined. The only way that the kids would get substances inside of them is if Daniel or Malaya was giving it to them on purpose and intentionally overdosed them which is a completely different thing from what people keep wanting to claim as an accident. This is a minimization of something that these fucking idiots are going to great lengths and then some to cover up. You don't do that. You don't go and proceed to commit 2-3 more felonies on top of the felony or the crime that you had just committed. You don't go and worsen the situation by doing that. You have to deal with a medical emergency. It would be a different outcome. It wouldn't have the need to cover up. And these morons are far too calculated to do such a stupid thing. No, the harm was brought to these children by Daniel. That's why he's out here desperately begging people to believe him and his mom and this fucking stupid story that they've told the RCMP and the CBC. And it's not just about a he said, she said. When it comes down to the story, it goes a lot. It's not the story. The stories that they came out with is just so stupid and short and garbage. It's everything else that encompasses this would direct you to suspect that they did have something to do with it. Also known as being guilty AF. He is the dumbest individual I've ever met, Debbie Satterfield. I blame Darren Geddes for a lot of this. He comes on the way he talked around corners and sent out subtle threats to keep people's mouths shut. Oh, he still does that. He does that each and every day, all day. You can hear it in what people talk about in the background. Doesn't do it over here. It doesn't work. What a little bitch. Rent-free, Durwood. Darren Geddes, you idiot. Nothing that this idiot says he's done nothing but lie to each and every one of you every step of the way, and you still consider the things that you listen to come out of his mouth as truth and not. You've got to learn to shut it out. You guys know this. Fucking guy, though. Anita Benita. Will, in my opinion, Wade, Cindy, and all of MBM's family have to be thinking what we're thinking, and there's no way I could live with that knowledge knowing that the kids are nowhere to be found. Just saying, no. Listen, it's not like that. She's an adult. But you can only lead a horse to water. You can't force the person to say things. But what I'm saying is, Cindy she knew to go above and beyond in that moment and take control over Malaya, and she should do it again right now. Basically, what she's saying is as it stands right now, in my mind, I believe Cindy knows exactly. Well, let me rephrase that. The story that Malaya gave the CTV News sounds like that. We know what Malaya told the RCMP and the paperwork and things like that. She knows that story's fucking nonsensical. She's not probing her. She's her mom, right? She's trying to protect her away from all of the craziness at this point in time. But she's closed herself off to the RCMP. There's no way. She could have this son of a bitch locked up. But again, this is just me out here talking. There's a lot more that the investigators have to consider if they want to, well, and they do. There's a lot more they have to consider taking it. Like, they want to build rapport with these individuals They don't necessarily have the power or the information to say fuck you and go around. They have to do it slow and methodical. All right, so they don't have the option really to carry out. How many times during the day do we want to say fuck them at our desks? You can't exactly do that. It wouldn't be professional. Most of what I'm saying up here is not professional. It throws all that rapport building out the window, and it sounds like a 1930s, a prohibition cop or something in Chicago. 20s, I guess, would be. But I trust the RCMP are doing it the right way. And when I say that, I'm not questioning their investigative techniques. They can apply whatever method that they want, that they see fit. It's not my problem. I'm skipping past all of that. I'm trying to make these little talks appeal to even the RCMP so that out there in the cold they have something to listen to. It's not going to be too cringe-worthy or boring. I don't believe Cindy is interested in bringing justice, or as interested as I am. I figure that she just wants to get on with her life and deal with things, and that's heartbreaking. It's not like at some point we all have to do that, like it or not. Unless you're Kent or anybody else who's invested in spreading the awareness about them and collecting all kinds of donos and all kinds of money for this, that, and the other thing. You fucking scumbag. That deserves a beating. And we're assuming everything is all right between them at this point in time, and I don't think it is. They're not together. Like, what exactly is Cindy going to do to influence Malaya? Malaya's not with Cindy. Cindy and Wade are away from Malaya. That didn't last very long. It didn't last long because they're probably more like-minded than we know about. Like, Wade seems to be right on, and I don't think Wade is going to be too far off of the opinion of Cindy. Cindy wants to protect her daughter. That's probably as much as she can do, and just leaving it alone, not meddling in her business, not furthering, destroying, or deteriorating their relationship. Who knows? I don't know. No, you get some water, please. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that there, Roseanne. The only two reasons MBM doesn't speak is she's scared of DM and the family and the rug community. Doubt it. At one time, that was correct. That's not applicable at this point in time. It's not applicable because we're talking about the people that can protect her from any harm as much as they can. They can relocate her. You want to testify? You want to testify against Daniel and whatever happened? Well, you're going to have to fill us in on the rest of the information there. Yeah, well, she's definitely involved with what happened. But what do you mean by that, Roseanne? It's a generalization. Regardless, she fought for full custody with support and paired with DM having Meadow, in your opinion. I don't know what that end part's supposed to really mean. You have to make the point, not me for you. Anita, Benita, Julia, yes, she didn't even say their names either. That should have been the first thing. No, oh, by the way, this rhetoric that... Fuck, I was over listening to Wolfie for like 5 minutes, and I scrolled through it, and Wolfie, you're sitting there talking about this rhetoric about the only thing that's important is finding Jack and Lily. No, it's not. That's fucking rhetoric. And if you're married to this rhetoric, then you're just using that as leverage against a bunch of sympathetic ears. It's interesting that Shannon had to straighten you out yesterday in your chat. She is certain that you are not really what or who you say you are. I wonder about that. We've been calling that out for a while, ever since that you started sending these wishy-washy, weird, over, going nowhere messages to everybody in the background. You walk around and pretend that you have all of this information, but none of the information that you have is any different than everybody else. You're acting like you're Durwood Wolfie. Nobody cares that somebody said, like the things that you brought up, your little attempts to try to create and stir drama are so bizarre. You're hanging around this Daylene broad. She's a fucking sketchy bitch and a liar. That whole crowd and circle that lingers up there in Facebook, that hangs around Kent and Durwood, that claims to be really incorporated in with this Jack and Lily case, are fucking sketch. All right? And I told you I wasn't interested in any of the fucking information that you've ever given me. Okay? It's like you want to be in the flow and in control of what people say out here, and it makes you feel good at the end of the day. That's why I told you to start your own fucking channel. Everybody else out there in this live chat needs to start their own channel too. That's why we're here in the first place. You want to communicate with other creators? Communicate like I'm communicating with you right now. All right? That's the best way. Right in front of 200, 300, 1,000 people in your live chat. There's no better way to communicate with somebody else than that. On YouTube. This guy sends messages that first of all are a huge waste of time in reading. I never even bother reading them. I just delete the fucking things. Then he comes back 15, 20 minutes later and comes and says the exact fucking opposite thing he just said in the first email, and then tells you not to fucking talk about any of the things that he was in your email inbox about. And he does this over and over and over and over and over and over again. What exactly are you interested in? Like, what is it that you want? When you send somebody a message, I don't go past a sentence. There's a reason I'm sending a message to somebody. What is yours? Most of the time, what it is you take advantage of people's patience. Because you don't know. Some people don't know any different and are lonely, right? Some people, 99% of the people that contact you are doing it for reasons that are far beyond what it is that they're approaching you about in the email. Scam emails. People that you don't know that have all kinds of rando fucking names. I just spent 3 fucking hours online talking about it. The last thing I want to do is go back in my email inbox and talk about it with some fucking person. Okay? Is there something that you have? Like, in these circumstances when children go missing, in that sense, there is a brief period in time where everything's on the table. Okay? But that period comes and goes. And then people still stick around and keep sending and try to be all important, sharing information here and there as though that's actually useful. Who the fuck cares? I don't need to ask you to hit that thumbs up. I don't need you to ask you to come and subscribe. You're going to do that regardless if you find the content interesting or not. I don't have to ask you for any fucking favors. All in the name of Jack and Lily and spreading awareness. All you're getting done is being sold a timeshare by these fucking morons. Trying to put a positive spin on child red rum and the things that we're talking about is a constant problem. Because they all want to to claim that, oh, we're just bringing the conversation out in the open and talking about everything in each different fucking way. If you can't find your kids within 5 fucking minutes, there's something else that's up. You ever not seen your kids for 30 seconds? Yeah, you probably go back into the back room. Why do you? Where are they now? Where are they now? No, there's something else up with this. I wasn't talking about you, babe. I didn't know you were standing there. The bullshit from Daniel is all about them keeping face within the family and their community and their little side world back there. Anybody, whether they live in Nova Scotia or not, can see that these fuckers are guilty of lying to us, leading us down these paths that go nowhere, they talk in circles. They don't want to be accountable, nor do they even sound like parents. Then they want to start blaming all of these different things on everybody else every step of the way. Whoa. We have gotten so far away from the call that they gave, the RCMP, the dispatch call, that Jack and Lily may have wandered outside their RV. They're possibly autistic and known to wander. Each little thing and each little point that has come up over the last 8 months has been contradicted by the people involved one way or the other. Not just one or two things. I'm generalizing here because there's literally that many. Every step of the way in each and every part of their stories. What do you think happened? You think that the kids are out there just living their fucking best lives? Daniel's lying because the truth would get him red-rummed. That's the reality. Anytime that you harm children, whether it be asexual, just straight violence, neglect to death, get out of my fridge. Hold on. People react in the worst kind of ways, and it gives people actual reasons to do bad things to them. Now, Janie's already signaled that to us multiple times. Just one of them would be her not wanting to be seen outside her nasty fucking property there because of what people who to her only suspect things are going to do to her. No, that's coming. Your minute of hell will come. Yeah, I'm with you, Roseanne. We think the same way. Yeah, I'm just speaking for what she's thinking. We don't need to talk about what it is that she's thinking. We're just speculating anyway. We're storming together, but in reality, we're talking the same thing. CPS has been there. She knows the environment was horrible for all the children. They are all involved. Absolutely. That was the problem. That's a bit of the problem that we're recognizing, okay? Like, what is it do you think that they were fighting about, aside from money? How about the living conditions? She was comfortable over at Patty's with the kids. She was taken out of that environment because of Daniel. Daniel was the outside force in all of this that got this ball started. Now, of course, Malaya is going to have some accountability along the way. She could have said no at any one point in time, but it tells you about how shallow and, narrow-minded she is to begin with. How desperate that she needs attention, that she needs a man. She's looking for somebody to replace Cody. And she doesn't care who it is. Two weeks. 2 weeks is a vacation in Cancun, baby. 2 weeks is a vacay. After that vacay, after your romance, your little whirlwind of a romance, what do you want to call it? What is that called? Let's call it the honeymoon phase. Really, your honeymoon phase should never really stop, but it does. Jack and Lily failed by so many. I don't even say that. No, they're fucked over by 2 people here. And that was their parents. Kim Melton, in my opinion, none of them will be allowed to live in your area again after jail. Well, they don't live in my area, but we have plenty of those types here too. There's plenty of scumbags around you, Kim. You want to get a glimpse of Earl?
Dance with the devil himself, whatever it takes. But if your children were missing, God forbid, would you mind a stranger go tell a little white lie to find your kids? But anyways, the takeaway from this, just in my humble opinion, I think the devil was probably right. Malaya.
I don't know what the hell that was. I'm looking for Earl. Look at you there. Why don't you be a man, Earl? Why don't you be a man? Why don't you put down that camera? Why don't you be a man? You're lucky you're not fucking dead, boy. You're lucky Tint's not a fucking real man. You the one that stole them kids? Well, I wonder what he has. Wonder why he thinks that. The kids were stolen. Just some random kids? I thought they were your grandkids. You're such a wonderful grandparent. That did sound like Tin a little bit, Michelle.
Put your camera down, bud. Be a man. Be a man.
Tell me, what can help you?
Are you the one that stole them kids?
Me?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
Are you in here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
You're a idiot. Another one of them YouTubers, are you?
Oh, now he's really gone too far. Now he's really gone too far. So now I'm confused. Now he's just he hates YouTubers. What's his? That's a real, coming from a scum fucking bag like him and his family. That's a real compliment to YouTubers. People, that's like a Grammy award. That's an award. You get the Earl Award for best. Another one of them fucking YouTubers. These YouTubers are really a thorn in your side. People that talk about your situation, Daniel's situation, this entire time. Now, why would that upset you, I wonder? This guy's complicit. He knows that something else is up, something else happened, but he's going to believe his boy. This tweaker. You raised that tweaker to be a liar, boy. Daniel's a YouTuber. Another one of those Pokemon YouTubers. He just said, yeah, I'm here to trade Pokemons with that fucking idiot Daniel. He invited me over to have man-on-man love with him. Was seen fishing by someone who commented on Sonny's channel back at the beginning. Who are you talking about, Fire there, Firehose? From very first interview and their BS stories, Jack and Lily are not coming home alive. That was pretty much guaranteed. When you look at it, they just put that, they dumped it on Malaya. it looks like, in the moment to deal with the things after the RCMP call. It's so amazing to me that this fucking moron wants us to believe that his kids were just inside the house, yet Daniel is driving around to all of these side roads, all of the side roads he could find. Don't let that fool you. There is only 2 or 3 roads around the area. There's no such thing as a whole lot of side roads in this remote part of Nova Scotia. It's like, it resembles like northwestern Ontario. That's how many side roads there are. Fucking none. There's so little side roads around there, it would be difficult not to be able to remember right away where it was you just were for police. And there's registered trails. There's, I don't know what they call it out in Nova Scotia, but it's the OFSC. There's snowmobile trails. There's all kinds of ATV trails, private farmer trails, old logging roads. But you know where they all are. And there's not so many that you can't remember, like Daniel likes to portray. No, so what you're saying is that you went everywhere. Now, everywhere is a little much. I don't think you went everywhere. So it's okay when the police showed up, he's already been everywhere looking at all of these culverts with his flashlight that I remember, but not his phone, right? Oh, it's confusing what you're doing. Are you talking about Daphne digital forensics? Yeah, there's so much more to it than just that. Although, if they were legitimate, it could be a useful tool, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it could be possible that that's part of it as well, that he's trying to confuse all of the areas, and that would probably because there would be areas of interest marked on that device. You see where I'm saying there? So in of itself would be a clue to the RCMP, and they know that. You're not fooling the RCMP when it comes to this. Everything that they did was out of desperation and necessity, including avoiding the police. Why? Because they just disposed of two children that they just unalived. You got to get your mindset, like it or not, there briefly, in and out, to understand Daniel and Janie's reasons for having the need to come out here and say these things. Welcome, Roseanne.
Is there anything wrong that parking my car in here?
You're not parking, you're being an idiot.
For what?
You can YouTube all you want. You low-life little
Oh, fucking rage problems, eh? You got real anger problems there, asshole. Something wrong? Was it something Tint said? What a fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
You can smile because you got a camera there.
Calm
You're
down.
taking my picture. I don't have to calm down.
Who heard you?
You're the one that...
Who heard you?
You.
Who heard you?
You.
Keep crying. Keep crying, man.
Hate you, YouTubers.
I'm not YouTuber.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm here looking for it. What are you doing? Bullshit.
Pictures of me then.
Because you took a picture of me first.
I live here.
So what? I can't come here to help? What the wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with you?
Walk away, you little.
Hope you all enjoyed that. I know a lot of you have probably seen all the...
Oh, I love it. That is funny watching him spaz out, both of them. You got to remember, Tint was out there making these little... he had a couple small TikToks he was making, wasn't he? He was out there in the bush yelling, Jack and Lily. He was drawing attention to himself. Well, he was out there doing what you would expect. Wouldn't you think that you would need some help in trying to find 2 kids that just walked away? Apparently not in this situation. Exactly. Something else happened. Fuck that term spreading awareness is like Nazified. I don't even like that, Daphne. Spreading awareness on their behalf. No, we're talking about the situation as it should be talked about, straight up. To people who want to hear it. Is it necessary that all kinds of people have to know that don't even care, don't want to know? No, they can go on about their fucking lives. Is another 100,000 people knowing about this going to help any? Absolutely not. Is it going to fix anything? No. It's important that the people who do care about these things know, though. It's spreading awareness. That term is so fucking cliche. But I love it, Daphne. He's got just as much class as his ex-wife. How dare you speak about Janie like that, Vivalda? How dare you speak like to... She's a lovely woman. She's such a caring individual that lives in that fucking trailer. Oh, look at that. I'm getting up there. A lot of hits on that. Let's go back and take a look at this old bat. I'm not here to lie to you. That's my favorite part. My favorite part is right here.
I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do...
You see that? That's always going to be my favorite part. I'm not here to lie to you. So they give themselves away every single time. So many questions that you won't answer, Janie. God, but she's got some stakes in this game. She's got meat in this game. Of all the times you could have just stayed in your camper. This situation was boiling. It was boiling for quite some time. They were there for just under 2 years. How much of that 2 years was she living in that RV, I wonder? Oh, just a little bit of a side note. Shannon was talking about over on her channel the clip. If you guys are interested, go find it. Go check it out. About how Durwood and Kent know each other way back when and before all of this. And I'm telling you right now, don't believe for a second any of what it is that Kent Durwood or any of those individuals tell you about how they got to know. Don't even let it be of an interest to you. Just consider them all already in the know. They're all already friends. They're all already incorporated in this. But Shannon was talking about the clip because it came up over on Sonny's. I just thought I'd mention it. It shouldn't surprise you. It shouldn't surprise you that they're liars. We saw Kent was a liar when he came into Mike Demands. Tried gaslighting the hell out of that chat. That was really funny. You're like the real oracle when it comes to the Jack and Lily Sullivan case, aren't you, Kent? The MSK it was building and the contempt and resentment was playing out daily, Janie tells us, right? And I mean, Janie, I guess you could say that. She's just reaffirming it for us. Reiterating it. Because we could suspect that already. What kind of relationship do you think that these guys had? So... you just meet this guy on Facebook dating. And by Valentine's Day, you move in with him. It doesn't matter because you're so a believer in fantasies like love at first sight type of thing, like you sing about in popular music. Fucking, they probably listened to one too many Eagles albums. Now, the next thing you know, they're shacking up. So they're fixed to just make it happen. What's really important to them when they first get dating? All they're doing is sitting around shagging all day. They're sitting around hugging and shagging and making all kinds of promises like it's a politician on an election year. You're trying to win her over. You're trying to talk all about your future. But let's take a real look at the situation that Danny Boy was really in. The dude was living with his fucking mom, Janie, in that nasty trailer in Lansdowne Station. And you found some girl that uses so much makeup and even filters on top of that. An airhead. Believe anything. You're going to get yourself a little bit of a side piece. You guys couldn't even just have protected sex and get it over with and go back to your normal lives. No, you had to carry on and really want to soak in this new life, because Daniel, think about how awesome his life and his lifestyle just like, it would have been a change in Daniel's lifestyle in that sense. So, and it would only be a benefit to him. It would not be a benefit to Malaya in that sense. He is a drain on, well, Patty's residence. Like, there are costs associated to living in the residence, and I know that old Danny Boy wasn't paying anything. He got to stay high all the time, got to have sex all the time, and go on about his business and do whatever that he was. What was Malaya actually really needing a man for? She wanted to have a perfect life in that sense. She wanted a handsome dude that's hardworking, supportive of her and the children, the kids. The kids were never, ever treated as a priority, even since they were at Patty's. They're always just things that you dealt with along the way. Priority number 2 or 3. Four, probably even 6 or 7th, because you have to, the priority for Daniel was his substances. That was number 1. That's above and beyond everything. And everything else comes next. Second would have been Daniel. Explore course shenanigans. I agree completely. What are you guys talking about? Unfortunately, it took others too long to catch on, even after many said they did not receive their signs or bracelets. What a scumbag. Listen, let me be Osama bin Laden, Barack Obama, crystal clear for you. It has nothing to do with unethical practices and taking money and whether or not people got what it is that they sent him money for. It's the doing it in the first place. It's unethical. It's immoral to be selling anything like that on the back of spreading that term that Daphne pulled on me a few minutes ago. It's in the name of spreading awareness, and it's so important that you do this and that. That's part of the con, the scam, the grift. And psychics, it's the same fucking thing. Okay, whether you're over there pulling bullshit tarot cards, that's another manipulation on a greater audience, and you wanted to associate magical thinking with and mystery to questions that you're bringing up and discussing in relation to a case like this. The more time goes on, the more sure that you should be in what the hell is happening. Not less. Not even more confused or unclear. If you feel that way, it's because you're being lied to. It's crystal clear what happened here with Jack and Lily. Regulators, saddle up. Patty kicked Daniel out. She wanted MBM and the kids to stay, Brandy says. And that's in your opinion. I agree. I'm not picking on you, Daphne. We need to get away from using that term. People want to use that term and lump it in there with things that they themselves or they feel that they're doing. There's too much of that going on. You don't have to be ashamed for getting up here and wanting to talk about this particular case because they need support. And I mean Jack and Lily. You don't have to associate it, calling it spreading awareness. You don't have to associate anything else. You don't have to have people make you feel bad or question what it is that you're up here questioning. You go far beyond that. I do. You go way beyond that. I'm still like, this is a no-brainer. But again, everybody, the argument isn't, if it was a no-brainer, they would already be in jail. That's flawed logic, friends. Don't listen to that nonsense. Don't even consider it. Again, take a look and recognize this situation with Jack and Lily for what it is and the way that a responding officer, no matter what police force anywhere, deals with a case, deals with an incident. You know why you're here, know why you're speaking. You know who you're speaking to. You won't get fucked with. Well, you can get fucked with, but it'll be pointless for the other people. It won't bother you. Explore course shenanigans I caught on soon after because I could not understand why we were hearing from this man who claimed to not know any of them, and this other relative of Malaya's could not spell Micmac. 1 second.
The interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place. And to show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank, all the barns have been searched. My RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched. This whole place
been searched 3 times. It comes down to the responding officer and how police paint a picture of what happened with all of the information that they investigate with that tells the story in order to base their decisions on. Not anything that we say, whether it's honest, whether it's genuine, doesn't matter. It's not based off of anything that we discuss. It's based on their own investigation. And in this circumstance, it's going to take a while because they have to go about getting the information in secondary ways. It's being made that way for them. It's not the first time. It just takes a little bit, and it's only 8 months. So people want to jump the gun in their minds, and I don't blame them. I just need to mention it to bring calm to your mind. They searched your RV 3 times, Janie, because they don't believe you. Well, for all kinds of things. All kinds of reasons. And it usually probably, I think, in my opinion, would have to do with forensics. They'd be just taking swabs and pulling samples here and there. Who knows why? Like, there could be all kinds of reasons. Oh, Ilyanka. So her voice isn't that bad, is it? Just show people, yeah, once she realized they weren't finding the kids after weeks, she does the CBC interview. Most people would do it right away. Oh, wow, yeah, this is her confident that the police aren't just going to up and throw her in the back of the cruiser if she talks at this point. She's comfortable enough at this point to come out. Guys, been here, you don't see them. Now it's time to move on, get the hell out of here. But there's all kinds of other things psychologically going on with her that are interesting. And, you know, none of it really has to do with the shit that comes out of her mouth. You know, why does she have to do this again in the first place? What's their priority? You know, after you digest it for a while, the priority and the only thing she needs to change is all of our suspicions. They don't want, she and Daniel don't want all of these people thinking that they're involved in the this and the it, the that, the things that they won't commit to linguistically. They want to avoid at all costs the two most important and publicly open questions attached to any beginner investigator's notebook. And that's, what do you think happened to Jack and Lily? And what do you think should happen to the person responsible with whatever happened to Jack and Lily? Those questions right there, they avoid at all costs. Oh, that's why that video that I just uploaded, that was a surprise because it was close. It was a close one where Janie kind of referenced it. So her kind of reference was her actually acknowledging that really probably what's occurred. It was a real juicy piece of leakage. They weren't involved in the disappearing. They weren't involved in whatever else happened. You know, she was trying to stay away. She was tiptoey, verbally, linguistically. You're saying, you know, I'm not saying anything to me, facts versus myths. What are you talking about? A New Brunswick rug dealer is now involved with a rug dealing group in Pictou County. Now, by the way, yeah, have screenshots as proof. What do you fucking buy grams off the guy or what? What does that have to do with anything, though? You can maintain a meth addiction and not be involved in any groups or buy it on the street. You can make it shake and bake in your bathroom whenever you want, right? And the recipe's readily available on places like 4chan. So you see a lot of people who aren't familiar with the substances often want to use it as a cop-out in a time in a situation where they just can't or tired of thinking any farther. They're not fucking involved to any degree with any sort of organization that has money at the end of it. Okay? Because they live with nothing. They're thieves. They steal. They're lazy fucks. Okay? They're the scum of the earth in that sense. They don't want to make an effort. They don't want to do anything. Organizations are like work, a business. They demand some sort of motivation on parts of the participants. It would probably be against any club's rules to wear the same shit day in and day out. Daniel's already breaking a rule. You're looking like shit all the time. Acting like shit. No. It's not like that. Not to mention the guy's just a straight out user. It's all of these stereotypes people need to detach from. It's lazy thinking. The answers are already right in front of you and you're not satisfied or confident in why it is that you think a certain way to begin with, to identify it when you're there. And that's what appeals to people who have a lot of bullshit to spread. That means you never stop thinking. You're just constantly eating and taking in whatever's fed to you. That's what Durwood loves. there would be no such thing as a conversation with Durwood because it would never get past the first fucking thing. And it's nonstop with that asshole. As soon as there's a first contradiction and we can't get past it or clarified, there's no reason to go on. And here this fucking asshole is hours and hours and engaged in nonstop, just straight disinforming, coming across as though he has all of this pertinent information. We don't need any inside information, any magic people to drop shit out of the sky to give us any insider fucking knowledge about anything. We already know enough. We know what happened. Anything past the point of recognizing that Daniel is responsible, and they're, at this point, from the public's eye, so obviously responsible that they're out here lying. The only reason for these individuals to be lying at all is because they're protecting themselves from prosecution. They are done something. They did the this, they did the that, they did the thing that they're unwilling to commit linguistically to. That's what makes it a no-brainer. Anything above and beyond that, your mind can almost stop working at that point if you wish. It doesn't have to. There's all kinds of questions to be asked from that point. Some people love to speculate as to the method of disposal, whether they think it's somewhere inland or in the ocean. In my mind, I don't need to get there quite yet because I already recognize and I know the questions or the answers, that the RCMP have. You need to focus on the now with these people because there's so much deception. We'll worry about where the location is at a much later date. We need to worry about catching them up on the lies that they're telling us at this point. I'm not trying to poo-poo the information. Recovery of the bodies would be fantastic. But I'm not basing my opinion solely off of linguistic cues, especially when these people aren't articulate, okay? They fuck up nonstop. I have to know a lot more and get to know. I know enough. I know enough that they're lying. I don't need to guess that they've told me the entirety of what happened here through each and every statement. I know enough to know that they're lying. If they're lying, that only can mean one thing. And the right thing at that point in time to do is for investigators to further their questions. But that's not going to happen until they have more information that they can walk into a situation and have a full talk with them, understanding what's already happened. That's going to take time. That's why they're still moping around out here in the public. Even though I'm all mad at Cindy, I'm not that mad at Cindy. I'm just mad at what's happening. I'm kind of mad though. But you can't force Malaya to speak, to give us all of the information that we're suspicious of her having in that sense. It's that the time for that has already passed. That opportunity has already presented itself. From the RCMP standpoint, they're on another level, like not in a way that they're smarter or better. They've already got all of that information, and they're the ones that makes these decisions and where and what direction it goes. We can talk about the variables and the most likely course. And that's how we talk, and that's what we talk. I wouldn't be talking about people that could possibly be innocent in a circumstance like this. Even if it was a question, if it was a real question, I wouldn't be talking about them with such certainty. I don't know about that, Daphne. It's hard to even make that comparison. We see plenty of situations where it's not. That's just kind of an ignorant thing to say in a way. Trezell and Jacqueline West, Michael Vaughn, Summer Wells. It's hard to say. Every state's so different. Some seem different. I don't even want to need to make that decision. Can't wish for something that just doesn't make sense like that. The case is where it's at, and it's just because it's in Nova Scotia or Canada doesn't mean that the investigators don't go about pursuing a case in the exact same way. They do. The same things happen. It's not anything but lacking a smoking gun that's keeping them out of prison. But if it were that easy, it would be so very easy to get away with all of these crimes all of the time, without question. And we're talking about it from a public standpoint, only knowing so much. Summer had an Amber Alert just by courtesy, not because it was warranted. Well, you don't prosecute somebody and hold them on neglect when your real issue is murder or red rum. You've got better things to fry than just that neglect at that point in time. You go after people for neglect in different situations, and not in a scenario like this, unless it's aggravated and it's associated with a form of abuse and that's part of what had happened, and it is. But cases aren't reliant on the suspect's word at any point in time now, is it? All of the information that people out here are considering has come by way of the suspects in this case. Maybe 1% of the information has come otherwise from Wade and Belinda. Everything else that we've come to learn about this has come by way of the people who are lying to us. I wonder why they would be lying in this situation. Yeah, that's it, Miss K. But you have to build a case. You have to go through that process, right? It's just not built. It's not there when you go back to the station, ready to go. You have to sit down and lay it out. The suspects have purposefully made the situation with Jack and Lily purposefully, I said that twice, difficult. By giving them a blatantly obvious omitted story about the reality surrounding the time frame before Jack and Lily went missing and after. And they lie up until this present day. What did Malaya say in her message to Belinda? It's not illegal to lie, or something of the sort. It's not illegal to lie to people. Oh, yeah? It's not illegal to give yourself away as well, is it? No matter what, Anita Benita, it'll be worth it by way of content, if that's what you mean. But I mean, there's nothing that's going to replace 2 children's lives. There's no punishment that's going to bring them back. It's never going to be fair, and it's never going to be good enough. You can expect that. Expect that, but we'll worry about it when it happens. Along the way, I've got a lot of laughing to do at this Janie. She's going to be entertaining. You can tell this is going to be an entertaining one. Yeah, Tash Pont, who gives a shit? It's not illegal to lie to the press. nobody gives a fuck about whether they're lying. Okay, we picked out the lies already. We're talking about the unaliving of 2 children. That's what they're guilty of. And that's the reason why they're lying. Who cares about it being illegal or legal? Gives a shit. It's not the point. It's not illegal to lie. He told the RCMP the same as her. She doesn't know why he's lying. Where did you read that again, Chelsea? In the paperwork, she doesn't know why she's lying. Oh, was that in the messages to Belinda? I gotta go back and refresh. Kind of sounds familiar. I don't know why he's lying. Yeah. It's really good. I appreciate that, Trail Hiker. Tambourine, did you catch Shan? Sometimes meep, but probably not in a situation like this. I'd say almost definitely not. No, they do it, it's a little bit more showcasey in the United States. They don't usually broadcast, especially to network television. You could probably get in there, there'll be a link, it'll be on like film, but just not publicly available. I don't want to speak for them though. Maybe they've progressed, I don't know. Usually it's a little different here in Canada. Not that it's better. I gotta say no, Meep. Otherwise, especially historically, because I can't ever remember of a trial that I ever watched from Canada, and there's been some pretty crazy cases. You have to send for the information. But I mean, it's different now in 2025 when you have, what's that app called? Where you can join remotely into the courtrooms and things like that. So it puts it in video form at some level, right? It's just not shared in that sense. Unless you're outside, it's usually a photograph outside the courtroom with a reporter type of thing. And they talk about what went on. You can usually read it better in the papers. Something about a Privacy Act. That sounds about right, Dodie. What was MBM referring to when she made the comment about lying? Sierra? Just about Durwood and Daniel. You remember those? I think she was referring to the conversation between Belinda and Malaya. You know, in that big, maybe you haven't seen it, but all the text messages accumulated. You can see it in a screenshot from Sunny's channel. I got it screenshotted in the back. But there's a whole series of conversations. It's from a conversation between Belinda and Malaya early on in the case. She was acknowledging and saying that she didn't know why. I think Daniel was lying or Durwood. They're both lying, so it's hard to really tell why he's involved.
Place was searched. If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own.
It's interesting that from all of the information that we're so thirsty of, when you think back, their priority in all of this is having people who are talking about them, suspicious of them, especially online, not doing that anymore. Of all the things to prioritize in this situation, they both prioritize themselves and want to communicate with us that it's all of this nasty talk about them that's really, really hurting the situation above and beyond anything. Scrutiny on their story. What does that tell an investigator? The next set of questioning should be pretty entertaining. You're on the right track with these guys. You know what's happened. You know, there's a bit of, what would you call it? It's easily, not right now, hon. Have some water. We'll wait till later. But it's a bit of camouflage at the home, especially when it comes to scents, when it comes to, this is a place where Jack and Lily were living. They should have evidence of them being there all over the place. Dirty clothes, scents, smells, footprints, shoe prints, toys. The place already looks like shit, so something standing out is very difficult. Blood or something of the sort would stand out. Wouldn't it be interesting if they luminoled the place, went over it with a blue light? Oh shit. I don't know if that, God knows, you'd be going through that forever, all the nasty shit around that place. What are you saying, Walt? Was MBM even there? The kids would be cold, but the sun is out. Maybe they are warm. And no pull-up found. Well, I think what she's saying to you is she's trying to maintain through how she's coming across to the camera that the kids are out in the bush. And she hopes that they're warmer. Like, why is it they have a real hard time differentiating between why they've felt the need to change what they thought happened to Jack and Lily, kind of through insinuations. They've tried to remain in ahead of everybody just a little bit too much. And if you're in that position, you're giving yourself away. You're not victimized. You know what's happened. You knew that they weren't going to find the kids. There's already a great big search going on, and you need all of the family, Malaya's family, to come over and search for Jack and Lily. You were really hoping that it went that way, Janie. That's why you brought it up to the cop. That's why you told the cop that you thought that they were suspicious because they didn't participate in the search. You said it. They didn't participate in any search in that sense because it makes no sense to go and search somewhere where there's people all already out searching for them. Something else happened to the children. The children didn't just voluntarily leave the house. You've never actually committed to really wanting to say that in the beginning. There's so much uncertainty to begin with from each and every one of you, especially in the moments you claimed Jack and Lily were in the RV, and then they weren't, as you were just dozing in and out of sleep. Yeah, they found Jace later, though, so I don't really pay attention to that case anymore, Lori. You want to watch Prince Harry on the stand for what? What's your problem with Prince Harry, meat? Don't you mean Prince Andrew? Like somebody doesn't like the Queen. Or the King. I think don't you mean Prince Andrew with Jeffrey Epstein? Harry's with Meghan Markle. He's just turned into this cringe fest himself. But he doesn't know any better. He's trying so desperately to be normal.
My own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go out front for anything, I usually have my head down because I don't want people to see who I am. That is me myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken.
By the way, it's his name has changed. It's no longer Prince anymore. It's just Andrew. And what's his last name? The same as I keep thinking of war or something. No, it's oh shit. What's Andrew's last name right now currently? The Royals don't really have a last name. He just took the last name of his great uncle, or his uncle who was alleged to have violated young boys. Yeah, Mountbatten, that's right. No, it's Andrew Mountbatten right now. No longer Prince Andrew. No, Windsor's Elizabeth's made-up last name.
I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone.
Lord Mountbatten.
And I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this.
How could you not say that is a masterpiece right there? Why did you CBC cut that off? Wouldn't that be such an interesting clip to analyze? Wouldn't that be so interesting to see the rest of that clip? She was coming out of her skin right there and you cut off. Because you know money when you see it. That's why, CBC. They're over there. This is like a 7-minute clip. Their interviews are like an hour and a half. I want to see all the shit that we haven't seen yet. Like the RCMP has. That's part of the case building against them. It's not like you need a whole lot more to recognize how guilty they look. Holy shit, honey. Sensitive, isn't she? Oh, okay, we'll trust you. Both times they cut off Janie and DM at the end of the interviews and failed to do any follow-up. Oh, no, Explore Core. I'm not holding that against them. I'm just saying that there's so much more to these interviews that would be so interesting to watch, especially when you got Janie becoming overly emotional. Like, this woman can't get emotional with 2 kids disappearing randomly from her house. No emotions there. But this is a true sensitivity. And it's in line with what it is that she's saying. Like, she's not the brightest tool in there, but I don't think she can help it. Like, I think she's thinking that it looks a certain way and it comes across differently. Do you know what I mean? She's understanding that she needs to do this in order to help her public image in that sense. But the things that she's doing would turns out to be more suspicious than actually helping her. Yeah, just a clapping seal. That's a good, that's an accurate statement, isn't it? I heard this 12 times. First I ever noticed while not watching, I heard it, the fear. And she should be fearful. No, that's what's kept her behind. She's kept her silent all of this time. Don't you think if you were desperate to get the kids back in the moment that you said that they were just there in the trailer, that you would be out and in front of a camera right away? That way, Now you come out 2 months later, and the only thing that you can say is that you can get over all of this. Life's fine. It's just everybody else that, is not believing our story, especially online. They're really bringing harm to us. Now, think about that logically. It's really bringing no harm to you unless it's true. People aren't out there just randomly making up shit and coming over and engaging with them at any means. It could be a lot worse for them. There's a few people talking about things online. Who cares? You don't think people should be talking about the situation? They should just believe you at face value without any evidence? Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot, Janie. That's probably what the detectives are going to have to do with you too. Put the shoes on the other foot. They're going to have to get you into the shoes of Jack and Lily. And then you're going to walk things through real slowly. Because I bet the investigators, and they spend a little bit of time with you, could talk you through your stories and really get you to take a completely different stance about things. She was definitely defending Justin too, but does that mean he was there? Or is it just because of the online speculation? Yeah, about Justin, we don't know. We don't know. We're going to find out. The police will be able to tell. There's so many questions that float around in our minds that should be easily answered. But the people involved, like Justin, there's nowhere to be found to say anything, to say anything on behalf of his mom, who's going through it looks like right now. Daniel doesn't want to even be involved in any of this. You don't have to come out, but it's suspect. Absolutely it is. Especially that you're hiding out. You're hiding away. Why'd you guys swap the dog? There's could be a possibility too. It's going to be awfully difficult to think that he's not associated with it in some way if he was living there at the time. We can't really verify that because we can't trust the sources. DEA 56, why was Justin so overly weeping when he showed up? I don't know. I don't know why he would be crying. Were all the cops standing around crying like a bunch of bitches? Were they all there holding each other like something has happened? Why are you crying in the first place? Shouldn't be crying in the first place. What has happened to the kids when you're sitting there bawling your eyes out, Janie, on the woodpile? You're bawling because something has happened. And it has a lot more to do with the kids leaving and you not being able to find them at that point. See, it's an action that they're carrying out along with a series of others to skip over the important parts of going through trauma and grief and actually dealing with the situation, or just acting like you're dealing with the situation. You can't be of both minds at the same time. Not at that point in time. Not minutes after you called the RCMP. Where are the kids? Why is it that you guys are so adamant that the kids are in the bush and Daniel is out there looking and looking and looking and looking? For 4 and 6, they couldn't have gotten that far. They couldn't have gotten that far unobstructed. Their claims are ambiguous. They've come out and publicly stated that everything from the clothes and what really happened, who's responsible. You've contradicted yourselves, guys. Why? In a way, that's incredibly suspicious. You know that they ask you your story over and over and over and over again in that sense. And that story has really changed.
The question that I asked her is, for 2.5 years she didn't see her, for 2.5 years she didn't see her grandchildren. She can't blame Daniel for not seeing that. Daniel had no say in it. Melinda had her own mind. She could have took...
Melinda, she doesn't even know who she's talking about. She talks about Belinda, names her, she uses like 4 different names throughout this 2.5 hours of we'll call it one-sided question answering. It's just her on a soapbox, but it's still interesting nonetheless to get statements from this old bag.
But Melinda Court, she could have got grandparents' visitation rights. As I said, just like I'm doing for my grandchildren. She had the right to do that.
Again, we talked about this a couple days ago, remember? A couple days ago with her grandparent rights that don't exist.
That's all I ever heard was Lily saying, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, come here and play, Jackie, come here and play. They were bright little kids. They talked a breeze. Like when someone come into my yard, like if my brother come into my yard, they would come and say hi, and my brother would talk to them, and they would talk to him, and Jack would be there, oh, look at my worms, or look at my bugs. I remember one day we caught a salamander, him and I. And Daniel said, Jack, you have to let the salamander go because if not, it'll die. Well, I snuck the salamander out of the bucket. And he looked for that salamander. And he cried because we let his salamander go. Jack was just into bugs. He loved bugs. Lily was into the kitchen, making mud pies. And then when my 2 oldest grandchildren would come down, every second weekend they would come. My oldest granddaughter would come in here and they'd say, Granny, we want some snacks to go up to the little cabin they built, or the little fort they built. They built it themselves out of sticks and brush. And I'd say, there's the fridge. My other 2 grandchildren, they could have whatever they wanted. My fridge was like one of those doors when you go into a store. It would open and close all the time.
Yeah. Janie treated bugs better than little Jack. That's true. That salamander got away with his life. Joyce posthumous. Fell asleep listening. Woke up to that nasty old bag. Frickin' nightmares. It's triggering from military boot camp to many former Vietnam War veterans. Sick hag, you make him cry by letting his bug friend go. Fox, you just can't win. Well, they did the right thing in letting the salamander go, but it's a learning curve. And why is it? Why are you bringing it up in this fashion? Holding it against Jack as though he's weak for that or unreasonable. He's a 4-year-old child. He has to learn about the environment and things. Each and every individual here can relate to a child who came across a fledgling out of their nest and didn't understand about animals and how important it was for wild animals to stay wild in that sense. And you're doing harm to animals by trying to domesticate it. Even though they're so cool, you want to look at them all the time. It's better to observe them in nature than behind that of a cage. Why didn't she just talk about it as it needed to be talked about? Why did she have to use that against Jack as though it was some sort of demonstration to the people as how unrealistic or unreasonable he was? Or, who cares if something made him cry? You're going to say, oh, now he's labeled this because he did that? That's what it seems like she's trying to do. That would be Jack being a normal 4-year-old little boy. A healthy, not autistic 4-year-old boy. But you're telling us that these are his favorite activities, which is something that the kids probably had to pick up themselves because they weren't encouraged to do anything. They have to go find bugs outside because they don't have anything better. They don't have any alternatives or any choices that they're interested in. Mud pies. Do that shit at the beach. But whatever, it's good enough, I guess, right now. Jack and Lily probably got punished for walking near her door. That's why the fence was up. She resented and hated them for no reason other than she's an evil, miserable hag. Well, she didn't like them because of how listen. That comes back to Malaya and Daniel being fuck-ups in that sense. They're two people who are addicted, codependent, useless. Now Daniel has to move back and put her out, and he's bringing company with him. And he's promising, like he promised Malaya, he's giving Janie the Malaya treatment. Don't think Daniel's completely honest with anything when it comes to Janie. Nothing. He's never honest about anything in the rest of his life. That just comes as an effect of the substances that he's on. So she's put out. This is not a happy situation. She doesn't have a happy home. It's an old nasty fucking trailer that's breaking down because things eventually wear out and it's not been updated in that sense. Now she's got 2 kids. Get out of my fridge again. Seriously, stay out. We'll get some in a bit. She's got 2 nasty kids coming there, making a bad situation worse. And they're not her kids. What are they going to do? How long is this going to be? Her life is being interfered with. Oh, is this what you do, Daniel? Do you just revert back to a 5-year-old yourself and need mommy's assistance? You're too busy getting high to be even worried about doing anything else. And you're bringing in Meadow. Like, how reliant are you on working at the lumber mill? You're down to 1 day a week. You're off on stress leave. You're not doing anything. Why are you stressed out? You didn't do anything, did you? I think millipedes are poisonous, runs with scissors. Centipedes are okay. I think millipedes are more in, like, Africa. I don't think there's any millipedes in Nova Scotia. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's not. There's centipedes somewhere, though. Creepy crawly little motherfuckers. That's gross. Really, it's a pretty common thing for kids to be into bugs at that age. I know I was. Ants, though. Where the hell do they have salamander safety, Sarah? I've seen that with certain species, like turtles. In some inland lakes. Around Aurelia, Ontario, they have places like roads like that. Like turtle crossings. I went down there through there when they were crossing. And they didn't have the signs up. Painter turtles. Pretty sure they were anyway. Maybe there's some... Yeah, I think they're painters.
My oldest granddaughter would come in here and she would take snacks for all of them and pack them in her backpack.
Oh, in Ontario, really?
And go up to the camp. And another thing, the backpack thing. I've never seen Lily outside with that backpack. Daniel told me that they always tried to keep her from taking it outside, but I've never seen her with that pack. The only time outside playing, but the time I did see her with the backpack is when my 2 other grandchildren would come down. She'd want a backpack too, because the oldest grandchild had a backpack, and she wanted to be just like her.
Oh my God, that was in a big circle. Who cares? Who cares? Why don't you spend your time telling everybody why it's relevant, instead of undermining your own credibility and your own stories every step of the way? Just a clapping seal. Janie wouldn't know the effing difference anyways. The point is she made him cry, then disparaged his response. She's an evil hag, taught Danny to do the same. He ripped her favorite blanket and threw it. Yeah, high five to that statement. 8 out of 10. NeuroVX, Miss K, I'm pointing out Janie treated her grandkids differently to Jack and Lily. Yeah, definitely. That comes through in her language. You can hear it. She's prioritizing trying to come back and make herself look like a caring individual, but all of it does is shows you the difference in her treatment, you know, of Daniel's biological kids and Malaya's kids. He's probably telling Janie, think about all the things that Daniel probably tells Janie about this new broad that he's with. Oh, she just needs my help. You know, she's just, yeah, you know, like, I mean, I saved her. She's just in a really bad spot with this Patty, and, you know, all of these reasons why she needs to help in the moment, and how unreasonable, you know, Patty and them are being in this by making him move out.
And have a backpack. Oh, and another thing, when we go walking up the old road here, up the top of the hill here, up above my place. Hello. There, if Jack didn't want to walk, Jack wouldn't walk. He would stand there and he would just. I'd say, "Come on, Jack. We're gonna walk." He would stand there and he would stamp his feet, fold his arms, and just look at me. And I'd say, "Come on, Jack, we're going for a walk." I'd have to go and take him by the hand to make him walk. Jack was a kid. If he didn't want to do something, he wasn't going to do it. Lily, she would walk along. I'd have to yell at Lily, "Lily, wait up for us, wait up for us." But Jack, no. Jack would not move if you didn't take him by the hand and tell him to come on. Apparently Lily was the only one that was sick. I think the reason why Jack didn't go to school is because I don't think she wanted Jack to go to school by herself. That's my opinion. They missed school Thursday, yes. They went to town Thursday around lunchtime. I have no idea what they went. I do not even know what they bought. I heard them out in the yard here Thursday afternoon. And when I heard them out, my dog started barking. My dog tells me when the kids are in the yard. Okay? I went out, when they heard them out in the yard, my dog started barking. I opened the door and let my dog out. My dog is penned in. I do not let my dog around Jack and Lily. From what I hear through the grapevine, Jack and Lily have not been around animals. When they first came here, I tried to introduce my dog to Jack and Lily, and Lily started to scream because my dog was near her. Ever since that, I've kept my dog away from the kids, Jack and Lily. Thursday, when I opened up the door, Jack and Lily were right beside the playhouse looking for worms under a board. Jack said to me, "Look, Granny, I found a worm. I found a centipede." I said, "Good boy, you keep looking." That's when I went over in my front of my RV and started raking the gravel for the swimming pool. Because I was waiting for Daniel to find his tools so he could help me put the top board up on the fence so I could put the boards up, because I couldn't hold one end and nail the other end. Anybody that knows that, anybody that does carpentry knows that that's impossible to do.
Oh, so that settles that. Anybody who knows anything about carpentry knows that that's impossible to do. It's impossible because what you said made absolutely zero sense there, stupid. Okay? You see how she's trying to get one over on you just by little slips and omissions and miscues on mispronunciations on words? She just skips over, omits, and keeps on going as though by just telling you she just told you that's supposed to be some sort of replacement for actual information that you were expecting. Kids were around animals. Magdalena's mentioning there. Janie Wade was saying they were. Malaya was around animals, and she was talking about the animals when she was younger. Lily and Jack wouldn't be any different. Well, I think the kids were used to animals, but again, they're only 4 and 6. Okay, strange animals running up might make a young child scream, but that's just Malaya. No way was she ever trying to acclimatize or normalize their existence. It was like something the dog had to just ignore because they weren't going to be there very long to even bother getting to know them. Why wouldn't you get them used to your dog, Janie? I think that probably has more to do with the dog than it does anything else. Maybe the dog's a bit of a fucking idiot to begin with. Maybe it's representative of its owner. Janie's the next Bob Vila. You're waiting for all. Just picture what she was trying to explain there with putting the fence up. No wonder it's never finished. You needed someone to hold up the other end of the piece. Well, put in half the size of the piece. You cut it down to size so you can manage it. Why don't you hold it in a different spot and nail it down in the middle? That's usually what you do, you stupid son of a bitch. Hold it in the middle. Fasten it down, then level it up at either end. It has one point. You can shift it. I put up miles and miles of conduit, honey. And I know bullshit when I hear it. Oh, there's Belinda. What's going on, Belinda? Jack and Lily loved my cats and chickens. They loved watching raccoons at my back patio door. They were beautiful children. Yeah, they had a curiosity about animals like all children do. Why? Because animals are cool. So Janie spent all that time just now lying to you. Why? Why would she do that? Yeah, they might not have liked Janie's dog, Magdalena's saying, but her statement that they were not around animals is a lie. She knows nothing about these children. Well, yeah, I appreciate Belinda coming in to mention the the reality behind it, what Jack and Lily were like. This whole not bringing the dog around the kids. Why? There's something going on with this dog of hers. There's something else to this. Like, there's no rational explanation. You don't take your dog around other children or other people like that out of courtesy. That would just be a normal thing. But, you know, on the house where they're living, why wouldn't you get them used to it? Well, why don't you go, hey, the kids are outside here. I'll let the dog out and you can all run around and occupy each other and have fun. That's what a dog's for. The dog isn't meant to be sat there. It's like you've got the dog locked in the car all of this time, itching to get out and get some exercise and run around. She's very antisocial to begin with. I get. There's not a nice bone in her body. That's how I know she doesn't have a boyfriend. And if it is a boyfriend, and I'm using parentheses, that it's somebody who's probably lost his mind or isn't cognizant of the fact that he's being messed with by this catfish, and she's fucking some dude over. There's no possible way any man would spend any time around Janie because the personality just isn't there. You don't get me much as you're certainly not winning anybody over with your good cooking, honey. That's for sure. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I wrong? There's no there's nothing in Janie. Janie might deliver Thanksgiving dinner to you on her four-wheeler rather than make it. She'll be the delivery driver, but there's no sense of warm motherly love when it comes to Janie. She's like living with a fucking outback lumberjack. Cheese and rice. Here, this is how much I love my family. I'm going to move the fuck out of the house, away from your problems, and into my own driveway in this goddamn leaky roof RV and complain with my dog. I'm going to get on with life. It's like she's isolating her own self away from everything else. If you're moving the kids home, maybe they need a little encouragement. You're enabling like a longer stay, I would say. And what kind of scumbag are you? You could have taught Malaya to cook if you cooked yourself, but you don't. So now you've got two useless women in that fucking house. Nobody keeps the place clean. You've got garbage bags filled with fucking laundry. Holy shit. There ain't no boyfriends around here. You're not keeping a man. You might be desperate for a man, but you might want to practice on your crocheting and cooking and housework. I'm not saying that that's what women are for, but I'm telling you, men really appreciate that kind of thing, especially in a union, a partnership, especially when you're adults. Cooking's everything. If you don't cook, what the fuck are you in it for? How are you eating? How are you getting by? You just sitting around drinking and fucking all day? That gets old. You know, this sex is okay, but you know what? Why don't we incorporate some cooking into this sex, sweetheart? You can get satisfied so many different ways other than just, in such a selfish manner in the bedroom for an hour if you're lucky. 6 hours if it was me. But Michelle Maybell, the only thing I don't do is crochet. I could use one who sews right now. I sew too, but I'm just too lazy. Got a problem keeping buttons on around this house. Ripped pajamas. I get sets, and my sets are all fucked up the first week. I don't personally. It's for my daughter, but I'll get over it. So what's in this relationship? What is it you're trying to hold on to? You've got a child on the way. I wonder what sort of rules that Malaya would follow. fact is, he's probably not breastfeeding the baby. Well, it's getting a little old now. Probably forcing all kinds of Nestle products in it. It's probably cross-eyed already. What slip are you talking about, Tambourine? When I heard that slip from DW, it made me wonder because JM never mentioned that, of course.
To get it balanced and hold one end up and the other end drop. After Daniel helped me, I continue putting the boards on the fence. But there was another fence on the other side that was there before that. So I was out there doing my fence. Jack and Lily were in the backyard playing. I came in the house to have some supper.
This is Thursday. This is already questionable. So this is questionable, friends. We've sat around and diced over and juggled around each other's story, or each one of their stories for this Thursday night, and look at it in light with the paperwork from the warrants early in the case. And it is unacceptable as a timeline. It's anything but clear. There's this loose slop thrown together. But what speaks even greater to all of this is that it's never straightened out. It's not clarified. It's still obscured. And in place of thinking harder and filling in way back in the moment, filling in what happened during those times, they opt to use an excuse why there is not enough information by trying to convince you that there was nothing worth remembering in the first place. I'm not even shitting you. That's really all it is. That's not going to be acceptable to the police. Not at all. In fact, it's an embedded admission as far as I'm concerned. Like, what is he going to use next? His ignorance of a law? He didn't know that red rum was illegal? Ignorance is never an excuse. Sometimes it might be nice. The dog would have had the same emotional stability as the owner. Janie's dog is a mirror of her hatred for Lily, Jack, and Malaya. I wonder what its real name is. Usually dogs are okay. They can get over any sort of shit like that. They're mentally strong and forgiving. Fuck, the dog just wanted friends as well, unless it was trained to hate. Seems like she's very intent on explaining the fence issue. Why? Exactly. Because she knows, Lucy, friends, that she needs to take up some time in that timeline, so this ever never ending build of this fucking cockeyed fence that's supposed to somehow make the fact that that ugly RV is an eyesore. Like, what is the point of the fence in the first place, you crabby old bitch? Why wouldn't you just throw some grass over everything and be done with it? You've got to fence things in. Somehow you convinced yourself that this looks good in your fucking driveway. I'm pretty sure there's some sort of something. There'll be a bylaw against whatever that is in your driveway. Really, it's like living at a garbage dump. It's really what your fucking house is. You're living in a garbage dump. Back before there was organized dumps, you'd find places in the bush where people would just all get together. They have to put their garbage somewhere, so they would choose a spot, dig a hole, and just continuously throw their garbage in this hole for years after years after years after years over years. That's what their house looks like. But it's okay. She's trying to fix up the joint. She's renovating the inside of her RV. More like, renovating, meaning like getting rid of all the rotten, moldy, mildew, cockroach-infested backboard in there and throw it all out, the toxic shit. Try to clean it up a little bit. Open it up a little bit because she's not getting any smaller in her old age. Could you fucking imagine even living in that thing in the driveway? Absolutely not. Dude, you need to drill like 4 8-inch holes in the floor of that damn thing, drive it out into the middle of a lake, auger down, do some ice fishing, and let Mother Nature take the course in its spring. Let the good lake swallow it up. Yeah, Dodie, you're nosy. You're wondering about my daughter in the background. Ken, why are you always coming in here asking about my daughter under sock account names? Dodie, you come in here, wonder about who's in the background? I don't know you. You're some rando fucking account. Get fucked. Don't worry about what's in my background, bitch. Janie said herself, Marley's saying her dog wasn't vicious almost 3 years. She kept them separated. Her dog wasn't vicious. Yeah, but we don't believe her. The fact that she's bringing it up. Well, maybe it was a question. I shouldn't say that. The children were just fine around animals, dogs and even horses. Yeah. They were isolated away from the dog. Marley, I'm not disputing that Lori's saying. You're saying kids and pets should never be left alone? Yeah, generally a good idea. Especially if they're little pitties. Or a chimpanzee on Xanax.
Do not know when the kids went in the house. I don't know what time they went to bed. I don't know anything of that. That's all I can tell you is from what I told you, my brother...
Boy, she's not avoiding anything there, is she? I can't tell you when they went in the house, so all you did was go out there. You told us. How could you not know? You're engaged with them as well. You're engaged with Daniel supposedly building this fence. You don't know when you finished that. You don't know when the kids went inside. They were just 2 feet to your left, honey. That's major avoidance. You went to all the extent of telling us what happened only from your perspective. I really got to question this. I've really got to question if the kids were there at that point in time. How can you rely on what it is that she said there with this salamander story? You bailed out of your own story, Janie. You said you have got no idea when the kids went inside. You're out there working on the fence with Daniel. You know when the kids went outside. You waited all that time for that stupid cunt to find his tools wherever they were. BS to that. You don't need anything to build that fence, honey, except a hammer. And if you put yourself up a line, like a chalk line or a string, you wouldn't have to keep worrying about somebody else helping you, dumbass. And you'd keep things level to grade. You don't have to keep leveling off your board as you keep going. Not that it matters much to you, because you're building the thing like it was really something, a real project. It's just you out there tweaking out, playing with wood. So stupid. When the rest of your fucking house looks like a goddamn dump, for you out there to be building a fence for absolutely no reason. There's no reason to be building a fence in the first place. They're replacing an old portion. What about the rest of the house? Why does there need to be a fence right there? There's no point to the goddamn thing. In fact, it makes getting around the place that much harder, especially for cutting lawn. Stupidest fucking... I wish somebody would just drive down that driveway and smash that fence all to smithereens. Whoops. Oops. You'd probably do no damage to your truck. Still want bush bars, though. But boy, wouldn't that be a travesty? Wouldn't it be a travesty just running that fence over a few times? Yeah, meanwhile, the front door has a wrench fastening it. It's inoperable. There's holes in the floor, in the walls. But all of this money needs to go into this fence. Imagine how muddy it is out there, just so her dog can go out front there and take a shit. It would make more sense if she had a more vicious, angry dog that she wanted to keep in there. But still, pit bulls could scale that small ass thing. Pit bulls could jump that. Any angry dog can scale a fence, especially one that's not built that high. Who knows why she has it out there? It's fascinating to wonder. Like, why? Hey, instead of building that fence, why don't you go back behind your chicken coop and clean up all of the fucking garbage you throw back there? Why don't you take down the snow fence at the back and put a fence back in that area? Or take it down, extend it. What is it you're doing exactly? The answer to that is they're not doing fucking anything. They're suffering from an addiction to the crystal. And they're tweaking out. What sort of fucking insult is that to roll up with an old, broken down, non-functioning RV? Especially one that you can't drive in and out of your own driveway. It's one thing to have an operative, like a functioning RV, but this thing is like the Unabomber had a better place than this RV. Gigi Allen's birth house was better than this RV. This is a glamorized dog kennel. Because the dog really owns the place. And what's with the dog scratching the fuck out of the door, by the way? All kinds of scratch marks in there like it's trying to get out and at something. What I'm saying that is that there's a lot more weight than that small little dog that you let out there on the CBC. There's a lot more force on that door than Tucker was capable of, I believe. Tucker's a good boy. Too bad he is being held hostage by you at this point in time. Should almost call and let the Humane Society know about the conditions this poor Tucker is living in that fucking RV. That's like being locked in a car all day. And it's not like you're going out and walking him. You're not even letting Tucker get any exercise. In fact, I'm going to call the Humane Society of Pictou County. I'm going to let them know exactly what the hell is going on to Tucker in that RV and possibly in another dog as well. There's another dog that she's hiding away back there, and we want to know exactly where and what that dog's name is exactly. Is its paw prints on file? Did the cops have its DNA? Has it been questioned? We don't know. I don't think the black and white puppy is Tucker. Tucker is more like a bull mastiff. Ilyanka, no, Tucker is like a cross. Tucker is like a Disney dog, a Disney mutt. I'd give him like a Collie Shepherd cross with a smaller dog in there. Another, Heinz 47. Yeah, with a little terrier, Lori, yeah. Is a terrier cross. Yeah, doggy is a prisoner.
Called me at 8:48. We talked for 2 minutes, 59 seconds. After that, I laid down.
There's no way that those workers at the Humane Society or other animal welfare organizations wouldn't recognize the hatred in Janie's voice and would recognize a nasty, abusive owner when they see it. So just take a few Janie clips of her talking about how she isolates the dog away from the children in that sense.
Dog barked because Lily and Jack were
here
where the swings are. I have a board up over my window. I did not see them because the board was closed. The reason I have a board up over my window is for the winter time to keep the draft out and for the summertime to keep the sun out. I heard them Friday morning. I swear on a Bible. Better than that, I swear on my father's grave. I heard them Friday morning. So the kids were here Friday morning. After that, I don't know what happened to them. My first instinct when she told me the kids were missing was check the woods.
I wonder why that was her first instinct. You want to incorporate these instincts they have. That's a way, an easy way for them just to skip over very important details for the sake of telling you a story. This isn't the first time. We've been here several times, even in the short clip we've listened to her. Just a clapping seal, pick 2 county animal control. Yeah, you go ahead and search what that is. I wasn't looking in the background. You let me know. Is there an animal control in Pictou County? Might be a humane society. Maybe there's something else. Look on Facebook too. There'll probably be all kinds of groups that would love to know the type of fucking dog owner Janie is. Maybe even tell 4chan.
That's what I did. And when I found out they were not in the woods, I said they're not in the woods.
Bit of everything, Tom Lou.
And for what she said about Jack and Lily wandering, that's a bunch of BS. The only time they go any...
See, here we go with the contradictions. So... Janie is saying here what she said about the wandering, and she's speaking directly to what she called and told the RCMP dispatch. And Daniel spent some time really trying to get us by that if they even went anywhere near the road, all a person would have to do is offer them some food or water or even candy, and they would jump right in with them and take off as though they're just... there's loads of them out there waiting for that to happen in front of their house. Yeah, they tattled on themselves. The point is they're trying to confuse and obscure their contradicting and conflicting points of view in all of this that all point right back to none of this being true. But yeah, telling on themselves, Ilyanka, that's a good way to put it. Janie is creating an alibi board against the window. She hasn't seen them. BS. She last saw and heard them Thursday evening, she says. Something happened and she feels guilty. She didn't go outside. Something happened Thursday. We listen, there's no sense jumping over anything and if we can't get past in the timeline of things in sequence in a normal step-by-step process. We have no business going past 3:37 on Thursday. She tells us, she just laid out for us what it was she was doing, and then she wanted to bail out of that and then automatically get away and tell us how she didn't know what time the kids went in and went to bed. Especially there that Malaya's not speaking or not around to corroborate anything. She wants to bail right out of that entire conversation to begin with on Thursday, right? Yeah, we've recognized that Friday didn't happen. But the investigation, the real one, doesn't have to get past where they don't want to be accountable for last. And for the sake of the investigation, what we're going to go off of is the CCTV footage being the last time that we trust seeing them in public. So otherwise, they were alive. Now, it's important for us to know what happened in that phone call between Cindy and Malaya at 3:37 when they got home at about 3:11, according to their Google locations, back to Gairloch. And then we have the suspects taking over and trying to tell us in a public setting what their alibi is. And they've contradicted this alibi, conflicted it amongst one another. Not to mention, we just don't believe them. Why? Because it's unbelievable. That's why. The stories never go anywhere. They're not complete sentences. There's no point to any of what it is that they're doing at that point in time. It doesn't represent an accurate depiction of a person's life. It's fantasy, fabricated, pieced together from experiential memory. Yeah, Patriot Girl is saying that fence is dangerous because Meadow can get through that, or a kid can get a head stuck by having a space like that. Right. Not to mention a dog's head. You know, like there's nothing around there that you're building that would make the place safe for a baby in that sense, being Meadow. And who's to say that you should be staying around there anyway, or you guys are going to be staying there for an extended period of time? You just moved back temporarily because really you were fucking homeless. You moved in with Patty. She kicked your punk ass out. You lied to move back in with Janie, and now things have gotten to a head because Janie was probably coming down on you for the same reasons, because nobody likes to have cancers and leeches around in their life, and that's exactly what they are. That's how Janie treats Malaya. So instead of Daniel leeching off Patty over there, Patty kicked them out back to Janie. Now it's Malaya's turn to feel the hate like Daniel felt at Patty's place. And she's getting it from Janie. Janie is so antisocial. She's moved out of the RV, out of her comfort zone, out of her own bed at night where you sleep every night. Think about what that would take you. What would have to happen for you to voluntarily leave your bed? Because it would be more like that is an event in of itself. Something happened that they're not telling us about, and we can speculate as to what those things could be, because it could only be one or two things. The usual things. Put yourself in her shoes. We did, Janie. It would be so much more pleasant, easier for her to go on not having to be expected to deal with Jack and Lily or Meadow. That's how she felt about this little play family, this little get-together family, this make-pretend family, which really consisted of Malaya and 3 kids. Daniel was supposed to be a part of it, but he's too fucking high all the time. Daniel was under a lot of pressure from Janie to get rid of the kids and Malaya. Absolutely. Well, do something. Like, really, that's what it comes down to, because douchebag Daniel was living with Janie before he met Malaya on Facebook dating. You worried about being judged. Those cops judged you right away when they heard that you moved right in with Malaya. Just like we're all judging you for that, as we should. Oh, don't judge me. You can all judge me. Don't judge me. Oh, all of this hate is causing us so much distress. It's because every last bit of the scrutiny that comes their way is fact-based. It's funny to say that because it's based off of the lies, recognizing the lies the suspects are telling. It shouldn't be like that, but it's like that in this circumstance. Yeah, if her dog was friendly, Jack and Lily, she was probably jealous of the kids. She isn't all there, physically and mentally. Now imagine, was Justin living in there as well, adding to all of this? Think about how crowded things would be around there. Nobody's eating. Nobody has any money. Life sucks in that fucking joint. Daniel doesn't know the difference because he's zombified all the time. So I'm expecting... Wade says that he's hardly even there all of the time. I wonder if that comes from Malaya and the time that she calls Cindy. So old Malaya will wait when she has the opportunity, when Daniel screws off, to call Cindy and tell her all about how her life is. And this all gets back to the conflict in why wasn't Malaya happy in this relationship? That's not a difficult question to really answer in this, is it? You can see all of the reasons why this relationship sucked from the perspective of Malaya Brooks. Of course she would have an issue with this. How was she supposed to be happy? And fighting in a relationship isn't normal. Happens. It's not normal. But the fact that Daniel wants to normalize his fighting, trying to associate it just like every other couple out there, he has their problems, they have their ups and downs, and they usually yell a lot. Well, thanks Daniel. You told us enough to be suspicious. This dumbass doesn't know that that's just his public persona. Imagine what really goes on. So he's acknowledging that there's domestic violence in the relationship, eventually in his own little way, but with minimizing it to as much as he can at any one time.
Where up in the woods is when my other two grandchildren are here, and they're always kept an eye on by me. And if Daniel's in the yard, he watches them too. And for what she said about Jack and Lily wandering, that's a bunch of BS. The only time they go anywhere up in the woods is when my other two grandchildren are here, and they're always kept an eye on by me. And if Daniel's in the yard, he watches them too. And the kids have never wandered away or never gone in the woods by themselves in the last 2 years. Why all of a sudden would they do it Friday morning? And there's three questions I cannot answer. The first question is who would know the kids were home? And number two, who would know when they were outside? And number three, when I saw Malaya outside my RV, why wasn't she crying, or why wasn't she hysterical if her kids went missing 20 minutes ago?
But there's so much more than that there, sweetheart. Well, you're presenting us with an impossible question because the situation never happened to begin with. It's performative by way of Janie. Something else happened on the Thursday night to these children, and they spent the evening covering it up and coming up with this cockamamie bullshit story and quite possibly pulling other people into their little web of deception here, either by necessity, most likely by necessity. But it's unimportant. All of the players that are involved in the conspiracy and the cover-up are all here. We don't need to include people who aren't already named or listed. There's no need to subscribe to fantasy thought, magical thinking, hope, possibilities, when all of the answers are right here in front of us. Patriot Girl, what it really means is Janie, a person, one of the adults, has turned against the official narrative that Malaya told Dispatch. It's very, very important. The 3 things that she told Dispatch are the 3 things that Janie mentioned just now as not happening. Now, what does that mean in a police investigative situation like this? What happens when the suspect's, the individual's story doesn't really check out and it's coming through as false, fictional? Yeah, you know it, girl. I'm not mocking you with that, by the way. I'm just trying to lead your minds in the right direction with where and what the investigators are dealing with, because I can't emphasize enough, when investigators cannot rely on all of the information to be accurate, and the information that was given to the RCMP through that dispatch call is not only anything but accurate, but it's all completely fabricated, and they admitted it. She just admitted that right now. They're all in cahoots. They're all planning. And it's just an attempt to add the mystery for the people out there listening in. But the RCMP recognize it. They recognize the contradiction. That's evidence to be used against them. If you observe the aerial view of the yard nature walks, there's no tore up grass or pathway to swing. Odd. Did the kids play outside or were they locked in their room? Well, I can't tell you. There kind of is. There kind of is. I don't think the kids really spent a whole lot of time out there playing because it sucked balls to begin with. There's all kinds of shit out there. So the first thing that Jack would go out there and turn over some things and see all the bugs running around in the dead grass underneath it, right? All the little potato bugs. All the critters in the grass. Trail hiker MBM didn't make her statement until the next day after the kids went missing. She had time to get her statement down with DM and Janie. Oh yeah, not to mention, they never actually really seemed to be making a real honest effort about the reason why they called the RCP in the first place. Sure, you can look at Daniel and his ever and never ending search as it's performative is what it was. It's not an actual way anybody would respond if they were genuinely victimized in this situation. Something's got to be out there keeping you searching rather than the fact that you're just tweaking off the rails, man. You can see it all right there. I just have to move it a little. You're wondering about the path to the swings. It's behind I can see it right here. Anyway, it's just a screenshot I grabbed from Justin's. It was very cold and wet Friday morning. Right. It was down to sub-zero, -1, 30 degrees Fahrenheit both nights. So it's sub-zero on that Thursday and into Friday. You wouldn't be hysterical. That's a good point. You wouldn't be hysterical after 20 minutes, a little bit panicked and searching, shouting for them, scared of calling 911. Hysterical would be after the search, immediate area, still no sign of hysteria would start. I would expect, your timeline's a little bit off. Not yours, but Malaya's. All of theirs. It was a bit of a red flag. But they were gaslighting in the moment, doing what they do best. Not to mention sheer desperation. They have a lot of confidence in how they lie. Well, they're lying because they have to at this point in time. Not because any of it makes sense. See, they want to fool your senses. They want to fool your mind in pointing out all the things that don't make sense. So you can say, boy, yeah, you think the same way I think. They're never going to be able to put themselves in that situation for obvious reasons. It's almost like wishing they didn't know so much. They know too much. They can't act any different. So, because of their situation with Canada Revenue Agency, something had to happen when it comes to their living arrangements. And that would have to mean Malaya would have to move out of where they are at that particular time. And we have evidence of that in what they mentioned in the Globe and Mail article, the first one, about Malaya having the letter from them talking about having her Canadian child tax benefit money, monthly money, being put on hold until Daniel submitted his taxes because of their living situation. See, they probably didn't update their living situation being common law. They've been there for 2 years, plus he moved into Patty's after 2 weeks. I hardly think that he was really concerned on following up with any sort of paperwork with Canada Revenue Agency. He was too busy trying to get busy. Not that it would have ever occurred to him in the first place. It's not why he's in the relationship. He doesn't care about, he's not there because he just loves women or he's in love with this woman in some sort of fantasy way. I don't get how they say that there's no closets. Where do they put clothes and towels, etc.? On the ground. Bonzo. Then they're lying. Dressers. I don't buy it either, but it doesn't really matter. I think it was only that question's only relevant because of the allegation that was going around about Daniel putting Jack in that child seat, locking him in the closet upside down. However that came out. You know, even you don't even need that necessarily, because all it is somebody putting out something crazy for you to dismiss because it probably is false in light of all the other savage abuse that he was carrying out, or the fact that he red rummed these kids. It's a mind trick. Maybe it did happen. It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm just saying. We don't seem to get very far with some of these, late pieces of information coming in. We don't need any more. Do we, Kent? I don't get how they say... Oh, where did I see that? Bonds of the police would know that. Lori, sounds like there's a history of neglect and not keeping an eye out. I mean, I don't know how anybody would know that necessarily, but you know, TV's a wonderful thing. Kids raise themselves in front of TVs more than we'd like to admit, even in mostly healthy homes. The fact is that they had two parents who were preoccupied, weren't engaged in their growth and development. They're developmentally delayed at that particular age because they're not being and never have been, attempting to meet any of the milestones that you should be trying to achieve by certain ages in development. That's set out and the same for all of us, whether you're Michael Jordan or Daniel. And they're developmentally delayed from those milestones at that age. It doesn't automatically mean that you need to label them autistic. It is when a doctor writes the children's aid out of concern for you as a parent. Because a doctor will recognize certain delays and traits that are common amongst people on the spectrum at that particular age, but it's undistinguishable between ASD and severe neglect without further observation by qualified specialist. There's only one or two. There's only one in Ontario that can give out that diagnosis. It's not like a bunch of doctors that give out these diagnoses. It comes down to one particular doctor putting his signature on these things. Mine was Dr. Fox, and he was like 85 years old. Imagine that guy's hustle at that time. Ridiculous. Dr. Mervyn Fox. Mervyn. He sounds like a doctor. Yes, Shannon, there was no Malaya bathed the kids and cooked dinner, put them to bed in such time. No fluent flow of nightly routine because there was no routine. That's what it looks like. I believe that you're absolutely right, Miss K. There's no routine in that household to begin with. They're towing these kids around as though they're secondary. There's no reason to be towing your kids around at any point in time. And why aren't you having, though the reason that they're not having dinner together at this point in time has a lot to do with the fact that she's leaving. Because something had to happen. Daniel is not doesn't think it's his responsibility and doesn't comprehend how him living there affects how much Canadian child tax benefit or how much he impacts the household in how much money they get every month. So when the CRA find out that Daniel's not only claiming kids that he doesn't have and getting money, he's avoiding that now. He's avoiding it at all costs, and it's affecting being able to eat every day. She has to move. She's forced into a situation. She's at a point. She's at a point where something has to change in the relationship. And that's very common with people. Like, for example, in abusive relationships at this point, she would go to a home for single mothers in that sense. Like, they call it the wouldn't listen home for women who are in situations of domestic violence to get away from their husbands. Okay, with their kids and have that grace period and go find their own place. She's at that point, right? But she was kept getting talked into and forced to stay and never really up to that point. Up to that point, she was always talked into staying and not really leaving. But I'm saying at April 30th, was really the cutoff deadline that they listed in this paperwork from CRA, according to the Globe and Mail. So that would mean the next month, there would be no way of no money coming in whatsoever. So instead of $2,000 coming in, there would be absolutely zero. What are they going to rely on for food at that point in time? So there is definite conflict within what I just laid out there. That's not a what if or could be or possibly. That's what it is and how it is that you would be looking at. For whatever reason, likely mostly due to the fact that Daniel's too preoccupied with substances to deal with his responsibilities in the moment at that time, and just put it off to something had to happen. And look at what happened. It escalated way past the point that it needed to. You shouldn't even fucking be involved in the first place, Daniel. Now you've got her impregnated. You've got a child, Meadow, that is a ward of the crown at this point in time. You guys aren't getting any sort of custody back because you are unwilling to be cooperative in this investigation where your other two kids have just magically disappeared, and you want to come across with a bullshit story and clam up. You got no rights as far as I'm concerned. There's only one reason to be acting the way that you do. She could have told DM she was leaving and retaliated, the kids disappear. Well, yeah, well, who knows exactly how it escalated. I know where you're thinking there, Trailhiker. You're on the right track. You're putting together a scenario. So, yeah, she just got a car. Patty's helping her with the car. She's got all of this for her own self, so she's not so controlled by Daniel in this circumstance, not so reliant on this individual having to drive her around or be with her everywhere that she goes, monitoring the situation, or as he likes to call it, just being there in case Malaya gets overwhelmed with the kids. Think about that for a second, how stupid you are even for that to come out of your mouth. That's an admission to not being involved with the kids to begin with. It's an admission to that. So you're there when only at the points where Malaya gets too overwhelmed with all the things, or is that the thing that she's complaining about? Because she could be out there with somebody else who has kids of their own, or actually likes kids, or didn't catfish her to begin with. Now you've tricked her in, got her knocked up. She's not knocked up because she loves you. She's knocked up because you guys are irresponsible. You got her knocked up when you were homeless. You had no source of income. But you thought it would be okay and work itself out because it would just be another child that you're not going to get paid for until you go back and file your taxes and set up some sort of payment plan to pay the Canada Revenue Agency back all the money that you fucking stole from them. That's what's going to happen. So why are you running away from the inevitable? So no matter what reason that is, it fell onto Malaya. Malaya it doesn't matter how much you promise at this point in time, things are going to get better at any point in time, or even if the mill brings you back on overtime and gives you a goddamn raise. She still has to leave because she's no longer getting the benefits. She's no longer able to provide or support her children. She's forced to move. She's forced to go on with their life, away, separated from you. And like anything, Daniel doesn't want to understand or recognize why or what that means. He just probably wants to take it personal. Do you understand what I mean? No matter what, it shouldn't have to mean that they have to separate, but it does. This is a dangerous spot. Because it's the spot where Daniel had to acknowledge that he doesn't recognize or acknowledge the importance of the children in all of this to begin with. He never once cared about them. Okay? He didn't get into the relationship because he thought Jack and Lily were fantastic kids. Never occurred to him. Did he send that shirtless selfie in the bathroom to the kids? No. Essentially, Daniel got into this relationship. He coerced himself in under false pretense and coerced her all the way through, coerced her into staying. Think about the things that he would have to be telling her. He was doing all of this under somebody else's roof. So really, at no point in time were you ever really in control of your lives to begin with. You're always lying, always fucking over other people that helped you out along the way. And you're doing the same thing to Janie. Now you've got Janie in a spot. She was entitled to live out her life in the most grumpiest way possible.
And here's another thing for you to think about. I lived here for 26 years. I've raised my 2 boys here. I've been in this community for 60 years. I was born and raised here. My homestead is where my brother lives. So, I know the traffic on this road. After 26 years, I know the traffic on this road. Now, nobody is going to go by here and say, oh, there's 2 kids in the yard. Let's stop and pick them up. For number 1, that's where those 3 questions come into.
So now she proceeds to undermine the stranger abduction theory, if you will. So there's no possible things left for her to undermine. Leaving her psychological environment that much more obscured. All DM and MBM had to do was file their taxes to get the baby bonus money, Trail Hiker. In that sense, and together. So now that they became common law in the tax man's eyes, and it's not like that's a bad thing. I mean, that's a good thing. There's benefits to being married to people and having a family. Okay? Like, what was it that this asshole was trying to avoid? It had everything to do with what Wade was talking about, him owing, if it is true, him owing all of this money because he was he was working the system for a period of time, and they caught on to it. Like, that just tells you the type of scumbag he is. And just what he'll do to try to get a little bit of money in the moment. That's a total addict move. Why is my chat disconnected? Oh, shit. 3.5 hours. Oh, my God. Hold on. We got to get a drink.
And here's another thing for you to think about. I lived here for 26 years. I've raised... And as far as Malaya being isolated, that's a bunch of bullcrap. Because she used to drive Daniel to work when he was working full-time. And there's something else I'm going to straighten you out about too in a minute. When she wanted the car, she would drive Daniel to work. She would go do what she had to do. She would even bring Daniel his lunch. She would come home. Then she would go back in the evening and pick Daniel up. So she was free to go whenever she wanted to go. And another thing, the reason why Daniel is only working 1 day a week is because of this here tariff tax. The mill is having problems getting logs.
This tariff tax is the only reason why Daniel's not working. Just another reason for Daniel to complain about Donald Trump in people's comment section, for those creators or people who are out there recognizing that Every so often you'll come across some idiot trying to incorporate or politicize something or blame him on being a Donald Trump lover in her comments or something like this. It's just something ridiculous. You know where it's coming from. It's probably that idiot Derpwood or his little entourage or one of their sock puppets. But it comes, and you can hear it in Janie's voice. The same sort of argument in that sense. Whatever floats your boat, I'd like to think that Daniel's not working because he's not good enough of an employee. End of. I would suspect he's a little fucking bitch. And they couldn't wait to lay him off. He'd probably be the first one in line. But somebody needed a gopher.
That's the only reason why the mill is down 1 day a week. And that started in, I think, February. They started going down day a week. But just in the last 3 weeks, they've been full time. They've been 3 weeks steady. 5 days a week. So, if anybody thinks that Malaya was isolated, she had every chance in the world to go wherever she wanted. That's all she had to do was ask Daniel for the car, and Daniel gave her the car. And there in April, she bought a car on her own. So
it wouldn't matter what it is. There's nothing that Janie's going to be presented where she's going to end up agreeing and dovetailing on anybody's points. Notice that she's positioned herself and have to really, it's always something negative. No, it's this. No, it's this. And I was at this reason.
if she wanted to leave, she could have left in April. She could have left any time she wanted. She knew me. She knew if she wanted to leave and Daniel put up a fuss, she knew that I would step in.
Danny was raised by wolves in this sense. There's no possible way that Janie was any type of a mother to these two boys. I think we're seeing that. Holy shite. Like, when you listen to her, when does it ever stop? You know, I understand it's just a certain particular glimpse into a greater part of a person, but I don't think there's much more to Janie. I think she's got a perma bitch on. She didn't buy the car on her own. Grandma bought it for her. Is that right, Bonnie? Hello, by the way. It's hard to say, Miss K. I think that some people just don't like these organizations. A lot of people have a pre-way, like no matter what, you deal with Child Protective Services, no matter if there's anything to the allegation or not, you deal with them in the same way. But Malaya and Daniel in this circumstance were being dishonest to them. They were actively lying to them about the problems in their relationship and the issues that were affecting Jack and Lily. That's the difference. Now it's the tight one. You know, you don't expect, you expect there to be lies. Like they're only human in that sense. I think just a sec.
And make her go or let her go. I would not stop her from leaving. Even though Daniel's my son, if that's the time, I would step in. So, people can't say that she didn't want to leave here because she was isolated, that she couldn't go anywhere. That's a bunch of bull crap. And she had the use of my vehicle too, whenever she wanted it. So, if people think that she didn't want to live here because she was isolated,
See, Janie just chooses to talk about something that nobody's really referring to. No, a psychological isolation, Janie. Not physically isolated, but that as well to a degree. She's controlled out there, and you should, as a woman, recognize that. But instead, you're absolutely denying the obvious. First of all, it's Nova Scotia, not fucking Rodeo Drive. There's not a whole lot of going to places for there to be a person to do in the first place, especially when you're out there in Lansdowne. Who cares about Truro? But I mean, Truro's not that big to begin with. But at least they probably have a corner store. She probably has friends close by. She was taken out of her everyday life because of your son in a fling. And now the kids that they brought along are MIA. And Kent's selling keychains like a chomo under the guise of spreading awareness. Freak. So she's choosing to not talk about the issues in their relationship, obviously. Of course she probably didn't want to know. There's a difference in saying that you don't know and what she does and says that their relationship is fine. She's really going to the extent to try to cover up. She's going that extra mile. Could just not say anything. Avoid it altogether, but why is it you have to replace it with a bunch of nonsense? Just the way she likes to tell stories, I guess.
She's telling everybody, well, or that's what you're hearing, that's a bunch of bull crap. And if she did want to leave, and I wasn't around to stop Daniel from letting her leave, there's always 911. There's always a way out. No, I'm fine. I'm just thankful that somebody is listening to me and not giving.
Isn't that interesting that she came up with there's always 911, there's always a way out when there was no way out for Jack and Lily. You didn't offer Jack and Lily a way out. What was the way out?
Not bashing me for what I'm saying. As I said, the accusation and the rumors have to stop. It's not good for me, for my dog, for my grandchildren especially, for Lily and Jack.
So it's amazing. You can sum it up that her call to action, every creator out there or a person who uploads knows what a call to action is, whether it be, hit that thumbs up, that engagement, leave a comment or subscribe, for example. But the call to action, or send people to a website or another link or business, hers is that she needs people out there to stop with the suspicious statements in the comments insinuating that they're guilty of something. That's her priority. That's her call to action. For you to stop something. Durwood wants you to be quiet. Shh. Keep talking. Keep talking. Especially if you're a girl. If you're a woman, you're going to be contacted by Darren Geddes. Under any number of accounts. The fact that it's coming up to begin with, like it's an issue that she's denying Ginger's mom, tells me that it had to have been. Like, you don't even need to dissect her language, even though, yeah, you do, but it just makes sense for their relationship. Why is their relationship any different from anyone else's? Daniel says they're just like everybody else. Well, everybody else needs the same things. They're not different. They're not special. They don't have all kinds of fuck you money. They've got nothing. And they're going to have even less next month. So now she's got a car. She's going to get the heck on out and she's going to leave. And they'll have to make arrangements for Meadow. But old Daniel's future plans don't align. It has Malaya included in all of these. He's put a lot of work into trying to groom her into that position. He's even impregnated her. But it's over time, it's probably changed because he's never really had any true feelings towards her in the first place. It's all been a developing game. Think about how long you really get, like, do you ever really get to know somebody? But even more so when you get in a relationship, fuck, sometimes, you know, a year or two, maybe that's much, but think about how much you get to know somebody over the course of 2 years. You know that person intimately in the moment, in those days, for that period of time. They had absolutely no idea about the other person. That whole stress, that's stress. Do you think that they're just such easygoing people that they were destined to get along regardless? Hardly. They're the opposite of that. They're impossible to live with. Both of them. Years. You can get to know somebody and date them, but I'm talking about something completely different. This guy has moved in within 2 weeks, knocked up within 6 months? Like, what is it you were trying to put on Malaya? What is it that you were expecting? You're just asking for another baby mama. You expect this relationship to work out? You don't even have a job, dude. You don't even want to file your taxes. Mr. Responsibility. Miss K, all there's adults knew how Jack and Lily were living. Not one stepped up. Even besides CPS? Well, I mean, just because people live like pigs necessarily doesn't mean you can impose on their lives. You can't just go in there and be a fascist motherfucker and just rip their kids away and beat them up because they don't live right. We're talking about them after the fact. We know something's happened. Obviously, there was failure along the lines in their lives. That goes on. That's obvious. There's no sense fucking blaming it on CPS at this point, or Child Protective Services, or anything else other than those who are responsible. That's where the blame lies. So now she's silent because she doesn't want to lose Meadow. She's trying to keep Meadow in any way possible. How do you figure that's going to happen? How the hell do you think that that's going to happen with the situation that you left with Jack and Lily and how you left it? They're just going to let Meadow go back with you? Hardly. Not unless you're back with Cindy or Wade full time. The more that they get to know about this situation, the less likely that's going to occur at any point in time. But who knows with this progressive fucking system that's interfering in things. Who knows how it's going to play out for Malaya. What do you think Janie's specialty is, Miss K? Talking about cooking food. Yeah, Susan, Malaya failed Jack and Lily in that sense.
Accusations have I got to stop. I don't know what's going on with my grandchildren. I don't know how they're feeling. I can't talk to them. I wished on the 25th of June, I wished my granddaughter a happy birthday through Messenger. I couldn't even see her. I couldn't even go to her party or anything. The rumors and the accusations have got to stop.
The rumors and accusations, even that's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? The rumors and accusations have got to stop, everybody. Good luck. It's so ridiculous. That's such a pathetic attempt, almost. Oh, gosh. That's so hard to listen to, Janie. Lori says, let me see, Cool J. What's up? What's up? I don't know. I have never been... Oh, okay. I won't read that. She wants to keep Meadow as insurance, like a post-it prostitute. Well, I don't know about that. And that's just what she's saying. I just said she's coming across as though she's, trying to, and in the process of getting Meadow back, and it's just a temporary thing until they can get some things straightened out. Yeah. She's not acknowledging and she's maintaining bullshit lies to those in her immediate, especially her friends. And her one friend with the funny fucking red makeup, you need a slap. That's disgusting. You gatekeeping Malaya. I'm not talking about Haley. Haley needs to fucking grow a set. Get in or get out. Enabling. She's on that line. She knows it though. Has nothing to do with the things that we think that she should be doing out there. Has nothing to do with that. Tells me that Haley has no idea about what it is that this really is. And that all Malaya is doing is staying silent to avoid any sort of prosecution in that sense. Under the guise of falsely leading the world on that these two precious children voluntarily left that house that day. I could never, ever fucking deal with that. Yeah, you're right, Ilyanka. You mean Malaya. I hear what you're saying. Was she not allowed to see her grandkids before Jack and Lily? If so, why? Yeah. Apparently, Meep, they were going there every second weekend for visitation with Daniel. That tells me that Daniel was living there. You know what I mean? Before he moved himself in with Malaya. So there's a past there. Daniel's probably never even left Mom's house. Wasn't she not allowed to see her grandkids? So when this all happened, because of the lack of information and the way that they were behaving, nothing to do with rumors or accusations, but Daniel's wife cut off visitation because obviously she doesn't feel comfortable with letting her kids go see a couple of child unalivers. Can you blame her? That's what it looks like to the world. And no matter how much lipstick you put on this, it's not going to change it. What are you saying there? What did I read there? Tatal 3483 DM is posting Meadow weekly. Why? Oh, you mean on Facebook? He's posting pictures of Meadow every week? He's doxing and he's exploiting his own child because he's putting himself first, trying to make it look like he's a caring and loving father and involved at this point, because it is supposed to place everything to do with Jack and Lily. It's supposed to make us feel all warm and fuzzy and cheer for him and just, wow, you're just such a fantastic guy, Daniel. You need a fucking beating with the wet noodle, son. What a pig. No, he shouldn't ever be around children in that sense. Why was DM the only one yelling Friday morning? Wouldn't Malaya yell for her kids too? No, she didn't search for the kids. Salty. Malaya never searched for the kids at all. She was too busy holding on to Meadow the entire time. Because that's what you do. The whole situation is nothing but a performance. It doesn't make any sense because it doesn't align with an emergency situation. Like you called the RCMP in for. Not to mention, Janie just completely took down everything that you said to dispatch. Said that's complete, utter bullshit. Well, that's a problem. When you have when two of the three suspects are contradicting each other and undermining what their narrative really is, like they can't agree on the script. Whoops. Well, that's a real indicator that you would be lying to police and covering up what really happened. You're not covering up what you're getting fucking Daniel for Christmas next year. You're not covering up what you're going to make for Easter dinner. You're covering up what you did to Jack and Lily. She's not in a foster care system, Miss K. Not in that sense. She's in limbo right now. Like in reality, somebody in Malaya's family can take custody in that sense and responsibility for Meadow on Malaya's behalf. Is that happening? We don't know. We're not privy to any of that. But I mean, gag order, there's nothing to even talk about in the first place. Yeah, he's got a kid. She's in the foster care system. There's nothing much more to it. And she's there for obvious reasons because of the lack of information coming by way of the parents. And that speaks so strongly to how they weren't victimized by anyone but who lived in that house that night. Well, Ginger, it shows her suspicions in that sense. Yeah, I would say. Right away. She can recognize... Listen, you would have to be raised by wolves in that sense. Would you let kids around Janie to begin with? Would you want kids going to that fucking dump knowing that how they're acting after the last two kids just magically disappeared? That's something that you tease your nieces and nephew with at the dinner table, or used to. Get them all spooked out when they're camping out in the tent in the summer. Listen, there's no way that you're sending any kids back to what's otherwise a crime scene for all they know. Kids shouldn't be in there to begin with. Take a look at the place. So once they get in there with the worst case, with the worst thing happening, there's no room for conversation. There's kids not here. Well, then believe me, they're going in there and finding all kinds of things wrong with the place. Not to mention the atmosphere and the attitude about the people involved. You better behave or I'm sending you to visit Janie. That's what my parents did to me. Although the person that they dropped, my babysitter, her name was Martha. She was ancient, and I hated it. I fucking hated it. I hated going to this woman's house, and I felt so bad because she was so, like, accommodating and nice. First of all she wore was a muumuu. She lived in this old broken down century home. The price is right on the TV nonstop. And she had this little yappy chihuahua named Tippy that wanted to fucking murder me. I was terrified of the thing. But she also had 14 cats, so the entire place reeked of cat piss. I stunk. When I swore, I just hated the environment. Fucking hated the place. But she, like, love bombed me. She couldn't stop, like, pinching my cheeks, and I fucking hated it. I felt really bad, and my parents knew that I hated it because I opened up to them about it. And I'm telling you, I was just like 3, 4, 5. And I told them that I fucking hated it. It's just, like, really, it was unsanitary. I would never let my child around a woman who had, like, 14 cats and angry chihuahuas that bit everything. Come on. They thought it was hilarious. They said, oh, well, fuck, maybe we'll get Martha over here and she can sing you happy birthday. Oh, Martha would send me cakes and things like this, so I'd have to, like, thank her. And then I felt bad for her, right? It's like she didn't have her own kids. She wasn't married or anything like that. She's just like this old cat lady who really loved kids, anybody. And, of course, I was this adopted kid, so nobody cared for me anyway when I was young. So I felt like they were just dumping me off at somebody's house and I was never going to see my parents again. Like, it traumatized me as a child. And my parents were really clean and you know, kept a nice house. I liked my things. My toys were there, right? Fuck, I hated it, man. Yeah, do you smell like cat piss, Ilyanka? Like Martha did? But it could have been a lot worse. I mean, she could have been legitimately angry and nasty. No, she was the opposite of that. She was happy. She was a pretty pleasant person. Too pleasant. Like, I wish like Martha, it's like she wouldn't shower. She looked like the Penguin. She wore, like, all different kinds of muumuus way back, like, in the 70s. All these different colored muumuus, and she had this black, long, scraggly hair. She got hair coming out of her face like you would paint a witch in a children's book, right? So it was already spooking me out. But she was a really good person. Like, her heart, in that sense. Like, it could have been worse. Like, she could have been an abusive, angry, old, nasty bitch. But it was just, you know, maybe I should loosen up. Yeah, she loved bombed me, all right. My parents would send me to her whenever they wanted to get out or get away for a weekend, dump me off on somebody and go party. Go travel the world. I'd be sitting there watching Price is Right, eating fucking gross salmon sandwiches on fucking cheap-ass bread. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Yeah, these muumuus. Those were literally muumuus. But she would never shower, so she smelt like unwashed in that sense. I was really turned off, even as a young child. Because when you're in a clean environment and go into a dirty environment, it's different. It's like it put me in a different mood. You would think I would be a lot more cleaner at this point in time in my life, but I'm not. It's not like I'm dirty. Malaya didn't even leave Meadow with her own mom to go search. She did it. Let me read this right, Salty. Malaya didn't even leave Meadow with her own mother to go search. You're right, aren't you? She did it, in my opinion. Cindy, for some reason, was angry with Malaya when she spoke to Durwood. MBM probably told Cindy, then ran away to the res. I don't know, Salty. Like, Cindy was angry. Cindy never talked to Durwood, okay? She told Durwood to get the fuck away from them. Because Durwood's a scumbag piece of shit, okay? Had nothing else to do with anything. It was pretty straightforward. You could see the coercion in real time. Danny told her to fuck off. Cindy had to get in between them and take charge of the situation to get Malaya out of there. And I would have to expect that that decision was made by way of all of the other conversations they had up to that point on the phone that Daniel raged over. It was an extension, a continuation of that. And it reached its breaking point. Like there was no going back into that house. She was getting out of the house. She was leaving, going away. She was going back with Cindy for the time being, with Meadow. And it wasn't just because she had to leave the house with Meadow, because they weren't going to allow Meadow to go back in that home. There is more than just what Children's Aid was saying. So it's like there's more than one real key reason why she wasn't back in that home. And one was because she was already leaving anyway. Yeah, Ilyanka. Martha was a hoarder in that sense. For sure. She was a hoarder for sure in that sense. I guess that is what you would classify someone with a whole shitload of cats like that. Well, let me put it this way to you. Martha's cats, it wasn't like they were outside hanging out in an area. You know, they all had their own like cages in a particular room in the house that was makeshift. Oh, I don't even want to go there, bro. My anxiety's going through the roof. But I'm glad she didn't kill me. if there's anything to be thankful for. Nature walks. My grandma wore muumuus also. When she would bend over and stand back up, my grandpa would say, "Cecilia, you have a letter in your mailbox." That's so funny, dude. Get out of here. You made me laugh. That's really funny. Oh, that's so nasty. Oh, Jesus. Tambourine. Oh, my God. And behind door number 3, you won Martha in a moo-moo. Unwashed, 14 cats with no litter box. Oh, they had litter boxes. Now, did they ever get emptied? Depends what day it was. Who knows? I can't even remember, to tell you the truth. She cared about them. She really cared about all the cats, so it still doesn't keep all of the scent and the smell away, right? And even to a young child, your senses are even that much more sharp when you're a kid because you haven't had 30 years to smoke them away type of thing. So everything stands out to you. You're really super sensitive because everything's new to you too. Like the smell of cooked carrots or turnip. Some things trigger kids' minds into not be like liking them or not liking them type of thing. Deafening silence. Another reason she didn't go back is significant risk of intimate partner domestic violence homicide. Well, you're really wrapping everything up into one word there. She will have been advised not to return, and her actions after showed exactly that. Yeah, you're just saying really what we're all talking about right now, aren't you? Deafening silence. Intimate. Kind of like dinner for two at the Ritz. A little intimate setting. Personal. One-on-one. Was there ever a police report or marks on Malaya to prove her accusations of abuse? I don't doubt that Daniel was controlling, but I think that she's playing the pity card right now. I don't know if you necessarily even need it. Like they're admitting to it anyway. They admit to it. And I mean, it's not like we're going after. We don't need verification that he's abused. The allegations are there, and they were a contributing factor. If they were truly the topic of conversation, whether it was true or not, it was still a contributing factor to the conflict between the couple in the home. Well, was it true? So, is anything ever completely true or not? Yeah. There's also mental abuse and things like that incorporated. Susan, you're right. I don't think that Malaya ever handled anything appropriately, it sounds. Like she's more one to avoid and cower and turtle. Like she's been abused in that sense. Like when two people don't know anything about psychology and they're still falling victim to it to this level, they're unknowing. They're just going about things as they think best without knowing the reasons why they're doing things in the first place. Not even caring. I think most people have been there at one time or another in their lives. But it was Ginger. I mean, it's a fair question because she told them something. Like there's obviously a narrative that they have with things that they've told about the situation in an updated manner after, like post disappearance. Yeah, Malaya would have received information package from victim services in that sense, regardless. Right. Like there's a lot of minimizing going on to begin with. She wants to keep it private. She probably wants to keep even more private. I mean, that seems to be a habit from her. So even how much was she telling Cindy on the phone that got back to Wade? What she's describing, like it or not, is domestic violence. Whether they choose to believe it or not. Like it or not, it is. I can appreciate the feeling that in this moment that they have. Like they're not considering it abusive. Just it's because they're okay with it now. They've gotten past it. It doesn't mean it's not or didn't never happened in accordance to the greater scheme of things with the case, right? You still have to consider it an episode of violence. Like you didn't have to. See, holding somebody down, especially in this circumstance, and preventing them from communicating with a family member is even more obtuse. Whether you hit her 15 times open-handed or not, it's still violent, it's still abusive, and it's controlling. It's still wrong for you to have put hands on her in that way. No matter what the reason was. It tells me that he doesn't have, and he's not all about anything but himself in this relationship. Malaya didn't go out of her way to prevent Daniel from conversing with anybody. Like he was really trying to separate her and get her away from the people that she held close in her life. For all the usual reasons, probably. It's all the same reasons. It stems from Daniel being an insecure individual. Now, I'd be insecure too if you're living with Janie. You don't have any fucking money. You look like that. You have the personality of a tweaker. And you're on substances all the time, so you have the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're really not reading the room of life very well. And you move in with Malaya after 2 weeks. You move in with her. You jump in with her. As opposed to choosing a neutral site. You were so desperate to get away from Gairloch Road, you catfished Malaya. You didn't go get your own apartment on your own. All move in together. Why not? Why don't you save up your allowances? Take back all of your pop money. You could save up in your piggy banks for one day when you grow up. You guys can get married and live happily ever after. But you wanted to push that. You wanted to move in after 2 weeks, Danny. Why? Into somebody's house. Play pretend. Destined to go awry. And friends, we're going to shut it down at this point in time, or else I'm just going to turn into an angry old man and die. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow anyway. It's a slow news night. There must have been a lot of emotional ABUSE, which can sometimes be worse than physical. If Daniel was abusing the children, well, of course, it's all mental. Think about the lies of the lies. Lies of the lie. Oh, that's tough to say. The lies of the lives. Lies of the lives that they're leading. I really hate that I just said that. It's annoying. I'm not going to get out of here. Anyway. Oh, you guys are the best. Thanks for sticking it out tonight. Keep the faith, friends. It's not going to happen overnight. The RCMP need a little bit more time. But justice is coming. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, don't even care about that Acadian girl. Not just that, I don't even believe it. Durwood is just looking for a new reason to have people talk about him. We incorporate him just fine. Don't even believe it even happened, Acadian girl. They just want to be talked about in that sense.
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So what do you make of the fact that they are bringing the cadaver dogs in?
Janie's got a right.
Well, I'm actually pretty happy about that.
Janie's got a right.
I even hope that they bring more than one.
She's got so much to do.
So what are you happy about?
Her driveway needs a pool.
I would just like to see maybe the social media speculation theories and accusations, maybe. They're not going to stop, but slow down. Because at this point, they're getting ridiculous.
When Daddy was arrested, they found him on the pipeline trail. In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a rank, Fluffy's never gonna be the same. Daniel's so fake, now what's he gonna do? Was he building a fence or clearing for a pool? Did the kids go to sleep at 10 or at 8? Little Danny boy can't escape his fate. Danny's more concerned about what you're thinking. The kids are an afterthought, let that sink in. Trolling the net pops up like a whack-a-mole. You wanna buy a story with a giant hole? Apparently Thursday had no detail. Here comes Mike on a mission to derail all of the BS Danny is speaking. International sea of guilt is leaking. Thinks he's so smart, but he never took the course. Forensic linguistics will knock him off his horse. Shout out to Tint for the 4K drone shots. Now it is clear that his house is in earshot. Mystery car running trips through the night. Observed by Wong, he could even see the headline. Victim blaming is degrading the children. He's more concerned about the world's perception. Girl after girl, he receives rejection. At least he's got his mum when he needs some affection. Janie's got a right.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
Janie's got a right.
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
She's got so much to do.
I didn't do anything.
Her driveway needs a pool.
know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exam, they should have known right there. We didn't kill any of the kids. We didn't kill any of the kids. We didn't kill any of the kids.
Thank you, What Willow wrote. I appreciate that, darling. Thank you, Explore Core.
We didn't kill any of the kids.
Danny's on a roll, now he can't stop speaking. Plugging up the holes, but his ship is sinking. Thursday was just an ordinary day. I just spent 20 minutes trying to explain that nothing didn't happen and there are no details. Stupid dog handlers, they ain't gonna sniff trails. 100% they will not find nothing. That's a double negative, you dumb butt muffin. I was awake and asleep at the exact same time. Hang on, is Malaya's story lining up with mine? No cars were towed, but it's not at the impound. It wasn't in my name and the car makes no sense. This is a case of abuse and negligence. Jack and Lily are the victims of its consequence. Victim blaming is the mode of the family. You never hear anyone take responsibility. There were 3 adults on the block that night. People don't just vanish, get that right. Like John Benet Ramsey, there should be an indictment, and Janie is to blame for your incitement. You put up a wrench, but what the hell for? Like a bear can turn a handle but not slide a door. Your incessant rambling is a gift to detectives. So many contradictions, your tale is defective. Janie's got a right.
Filled notebooks with just trying to help them find leads or give them any kind of small detail, answer as many questions as I can, or, you know, I'm doing everything I can.
So why do you think this step is necessary?
Well, it just rules out one and brings the book a little bit closer to being closed.
They said when Danny was arrested, they found him on the pipeline track.
I'm not going to say I'm doing well, but doing better than I was at the start, I guess.
Now that Janie's got a right, Fluffy's never gonna be the same.
Tell me about the toll, like what you were just mentioning earlier about social media.
Yeah, social media has been quite a circus, we'll call it.